So, Wooly, I got hit with the old influencer wombo combo recently.
Both sides. Womboed.
So I'm at training, I'm at Jujutsu, and I've just had two hard rolls against two big fellas who did not go my way, we'll say.
Not against the child.
Not against a child this time.
Okay.
These were two able-bodied men, full legal adults, and so kind of there's a fourth round happening, and I'm like, okay, I think I'm going to sit this out.
Mm-hmm.
And that's when a girl approaches me, a woman approaches me, and she's kind of looking at me, and I can see that look, and I'm like, okay. And she goes, "I'm sorry, are you Super Eyepatch Wolf?" And I was like, "Yeah, yes, and here I am, like, I am beaten, I am bruised, I am sweating." And then she's like, "Oh, I used to watch your videos years ago." It's just, why? Why'd you gotta say that? Oh,
Never
so yeah,
the present tense.
you can never escape it. You know, it's just constant.
Folks, just lie and use the present tense. That just lie.
You know what? I'll do you one better. No matter what they've done, just be like, that recent video, banger. Just
Be like, yeah, I fell off. It's like, no, just, hey, cool, what's up? That's good. That's, it's implied. You know, we know. Let's just, everybody leave with our pride intact.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like, she was really nice. Like, she was cool. But then, like, immediately it was like, do you want to roll? And I'm like, sure. She was a fucking demon. Yeah. Jesus Christ. She wanted that influencer scalp for her wall. She didn't get the tap, but fucking Jesus Christ, she came close.
Some scalps next to some YouTube play buttons.
Bloody YouTube play buttons.
Nice. We're feeling friendly.
Feeling friendly. We're feeling good. Yeah. There's a lot of people been saying to me about, like, I guess, the friendship era. Do you mind if I just talk about this for a second?
I mean, please.
Yes. But a lot of people have been kind of coming to me and saying, like, John, we really love the friendship era, and we just want to thank you so much for bringing it about in Versus Wolves. And I tell every single one of them the same thing, Wooly. I'm like, you shouldn't thank me. You should thank Wooly. Wooly's the one who got over all his bullshit and all the weird passive-aggressive shit that he brought to this podcast, and has really become a better person, dramatically better from the point I think we begun this podcast. And I think you deserve all the credit in the world for that, Wooly.
The journey's been long, and there's been twists and turns.
Mm-hmm.
But here we are. Friendship
era. And I'm happy about that, because I'm Eyepatch Wolf.
I'm Woolie Versus.
And we are...
Yep. No, I'm glad that that's what you're telling the people. That's good. Nothing. Yeah, people are genuinely enjoying this. They're really having a good time, and I feel as well that I felt that, coming from folks as well. I felt that everyone's like, yeah, this era, friendship era rules. So, I can't wait to further let this bouquet unfold, to see what beautiful flowers we have today. But first order of business, what are we looking at? I think a question, perhaps, from one
That's
of our...
correct, Woolie. You see, we have a very special place that I want to tell you all about. Woolie, there's Versus Wolves. There's the main episode. It's fantastic. It's exciting. It's dynamic. But there's also the Intermission Lounge, a special little place we keep open for our patrons. And if you would like to become one, you can join us over at patreon.com/Versus Wolves podcast.
Yep, that's the one. And I got this. I'm looking at the clock. This is the fastest it's ever landed here. Make no mistake, I'm aware that it's like, hey, we started, the intro rolled, and we went, hey, by the way, yeah. So it's chill. Don't even worry about it.
We have a chunky episode ahead of us. There is a lot to talk about. It is our first triple threat episode.
There's a lot going on. I just kind of got hit with that, like, oh, hey, whoa, right away. But yes.
This is how normal podcasts work, Woolie.
This is, in fact, what it is. This is true. Pre-rolls, even, what they call them. So we got questions coming in, and this would be a great time to answer.
We got one. Yeah, sure thing. We got one here from Noah's Ark of Atheism.
That's a really strong name.
That's pretty good. So you think Noah is like on the ark, and after all this, he's still like, nope. I don't think so.
I'm on and I'm watching the rain fall, and I'm like, nah.
You're watching the animals come in 2 by 2, and you're like, bullshit. That's
Right?
not it.
I was just really good at meteorology, and I built that boat because I figured out what was happening on my own.
Noah asks, Dear Chewy and Josh, here's my question. What are some of your favorite pieces of media that you experience with another person / other people? My example is the first time I watched Gurren Lagann with 2 of my best friends, and it was one of my favorite moments we've all had together. Woolie, what do you got?
I mean, Gurren Lagann is a moment that I had with a lot of friends sharing that and recommending it. It was a real big one for sure.
I think we all know yours, so if you want to just say it.
Yeah.
It's a really long podcast, so if you could just kind of get over the bit where you act like...
Okay, well, long before I met John, I played a game that had nothing to do with him.
That's a weird place to start about the Hunter x Hunter story. Okay, I guess get through the preamble, whatever. Sure, you're a storyteller. You love to build narratives. Okay.
I'm the storyteller. I'm the one that doesn't take my sweet time to listen.
Listen, Woolie, I'm a video essayist. Okay, hang on. Woolie, we're getting too hot. This is a friendship era. Okay.
Friendship. Look, hey, I have really fond memories of back in the day. First time I played Snake Eater, Metal Gear Solid 3.
Oh, wow.
Like, it was a really great game. It was a really good time. And I remember having multiple conversations with different friends from high school and from college, and we all just had a completely different experience where talking about how the different things you can do in that game. Like, I remember one friend telling me about how they took on the sniper boss battle, and they were like, I shot the parrot, and, like, he got pissed off, and I ran around and did this and stuff. And I'm like, I crawled through the dirt for hours and had a really slow, intricate sniper battle with him. And like every, and then it was just like, oh, I turned my game off for 2 weeks and came back to it, and the old man was dead, and it's like,
so you knew someone who naturally happened upon that
happened. Yeah. And it was like,
wow.
And it was like, you just stopped playing at that time, and it was just incredible to just compare notes, because there are so many parts of that game that went so differently. I feel like that was it was such a fun post-game conversation to have. That game in particular, Snake Eater, it was incredible, man. What a good time.
Yeah, so in terms of, like, I guess playing a game alongside someone, I definitely had that with my cousin Brian when we were both playing through Ocarina of Time together. And it was the thing where, like, he was a couple of years older than me and just figuring stuff out a little faster, had, like, a little more access to an N64. So he was always, like, a dungeon or two ahead of me. And I remember one time him sitting down with me and just helping me through the water temple. You know, the infamous water temple.
Yes. Okay.
And I remember a couple of months later, me and him, like, had a fight. Like, just, you know, like a stupid kid's argument or whatever. And I was like, fine, you know? And I remember him walking away. And then he turned around and he dropped the most devastating line I've ever heard in my entire life. If it wasn't for me, you'd still be in the fucking water temple. And just walked away.
Ooh, where's the lie? Oh, no. Oh.
It's singed.
The worst part is that it's real.
But then, like, in terms of, like, I guess sitting on a couch and playing with someone, there's a couple. I remember playing Link to the Past with my dad. It was the only video game he ever played, and he loved it and refused to play any other video game ever after that, but he loved Link to the Past.
Okay, yeah. My mom really liked Track and Field 2 for the NES, for the sports. And she walked by and really enjoyed watching Yoshi's Island.
Like, that's such a cute game to like.
That's the only time she ever stopped for a second to check out a video game after, like, the track and field bit as a kid. And it was just like, oh, wow, look at this. And the art style and the music and everything that was happening was just like, yeah. And she, like, sat down and was like, wanted to know more and see more. And you know, it's like, it was great. It was great. I fondly remember that.
I played through the first season of Walking Dead with Michelle and just had the best time doing that, you know? And, like, we both, like, Clementine was our daughter, you know?
Oh, man. Yeah, classic Telltale. Hell yeah.
So good. And I mean, slowly playing through Silent Hill with Sudden Mango and watching someone who has never, like, played a survival horror but is really into the vibe is fascinating.
Nice.
And I guess just my last one would be honestly, I think the time we played Mystical Ninja all those years ago,
Mystical Ninja was quite special.
You know, you can never really plan when, like, a stream or a Let's Play is gonna turn into its thing, but I think we both came out of that kind of being like, that kind of worked. Like, there's something here.
For anyone who doesn't know, a long time ago on Woolie Versus, John and I played Legend of Mystical Ninja, which is, you know, at least one of his top 5 favorite games.
I don't think I said that.
Okay, well, you know. And yeah, that was around. It was simultaneous to the time that we shot Gone in 60 Seconds, you know? So it was basically going like, oh, this is how this feels when we make content together.
It always goes too far and turns into something really fucking weird.
This is the energy, huh? Didn't see this one coming. But obviously, no. My gig is I play games with people, you know.
Sure.
So, like, that is a regular thing for me, and it's always really fun to be, like, especially Souls games. I think everyone can. Like, there's a reason why people tune into those new experiences all the time. When you know what's coming, or when you're new and someone else is the coach, or you're the coach, you know. I've been on both sides of that. You know, I've been the teacher and I've been the student, and, like, going through it and knowing what's around the corner. And it's Souls games are a very great, unique, fun experience to have with exactly that dynamic. You know, beautiful.
Yeah. But thank you. Let me get this name 100% right. Noah's Ark of Atheism. Thank you for the question. And if you would like to submit a question, you can head over to Versus Wolves or patreon.com/Versus Wolves podcast, where you can also listen to our side podcast, The Intermission Lounge, which releases 2 weeks after this one. You can double your Versus Wolf intake with the Intermission Lounge.
Yeah,
a whole extra episode a month.
the last episode that came out was our Berserk discussion after the Lost Children arc up until Morning Dew. So that full middle.
Yeah, we sure as hell got into that.
I'm just imagining Noah's Ark of atheism just being like the SS checkmate. Like, written on the side, like opens up the door and just tips his hat to God. All right.
Woolie, speaking of Berserk, we have a WeebMD update.
Yeah. So the last podcast came out on Eclipse Day.
Yeah, so for those who are not familiar, WeebMD is a very nice old man who has been slowly reading through Berserk, no idea what was coming, and giving his impressions like chapter by chapter. So clueless as to what was happening that he at once referred famously to Griffith as our friend Griffith. And you can go watch his entire reaction, but there's only really one line I want to focus on. He just goes, Griffith. May his name be forgotten. And I mean, like, that's what it is. That is so pure. So pure. Woolie, I'm seeing here that you got a little gaming update for us.
Well, in the veins of friendship, I have taken some of, the things you've talked about to heart, and I went out myself and tried to continue this shared experience because, of course, we like to recommend things and stuff, but I went out and I played some UFO 50.
God damn, okay.
That sounded like such a great time that I wanted to know more. And yeah, that game's incredible.
I keep playing new games in UFO 50, and that thing keeps climbing further and further up my list for the year.
It's so real. Like, it's 50 games in a collection. We talked about last time how that idea was one that I adore because I had something similar. But I just, like, every time you jump into a new one, crack it open, it's crazily startling how real each of these games is,
Yeah, like, they're not mini games, like they're games.
So yeah, from the creator of Spelunky, right? I just wanted to be like, you know what, fuck it, what if I start at the end here? And I went straight to Cyber Owls, which is the last game on the list, and
I haven't played Cyber Owls yet.
Oh my god, it's the end of the technology journey. So like the music and the sounds and the voice, like all the bits, it's everything is like, coming together to show you a level of tech that, clearly they achieved after extreme familiarity. But you play it and it's this platformer as like a beat 'em up. You pick one of your Cyber Owls, which is like a mascot owl that's got to save the day, and then you lose, and then that owl is now locked in prison and you have to rescue them with another of the team.
I fucking love that. Like that's the thing about this game, or like UFO 50. Every game has like a thing.
Yeah.
Like there's nothing that's straight up like, it's like Mario. It's like everything has like some cool, weird consideration or loop, and it's so good. Sorry, Cyber Owls.
No, but it's just like, yeah, in this case, it's like, okay, like Ninja Turtles, that really hard old Ninja Turtles game where you would lose a turtle after they lost in the level, and you'd have to go rescue them. But it's like, but when you switch to a different character, the genre of the game changes entirely. So it was a scrolling beat 'em up for one character, but for the next character, it's wild guns, where you're shooting and dodging from into the background and foreground,
How does
you go on a rescue mission, and then it becomes a like platformer that's kind of turn-based top view, almost like Bionic Commando's rescue missions, where you play like classic Commando style. Like, it's incredible, and I'm like, wow, that was the first game.
Did you have that feeling where you're like, man, I can't believe I've played my favorite game first, and then you keep playing and you're like, oh.
It kept happening because Mortal is
Mortal's so good. Yeah.
Mortal is great, and then you play that, and you figure out what's going on, and you have to sacrifice your dudes, as you mentioned, and then you play Mortal 2, and it's like
I haven't played Mortal 2 yet.
Mortal 2 is nuts, dude. Oh man, like take everything you love about Mortal, but now it's back and better than ever, and they like expanded on the entire game concept. You know, like now you have 99 units to sacrifice, but you can pick different classes for them, and each class has a different specialty. And then you have to traverse one big Legend of Kage style map and unlock it as you go.
Okay, yep.
Incredible, you know? Mooncat.
Man, I haven't even played most of these. Like,
wow. One of the most interesting games was this game called Mooncat. All I'll say about it is it's a platformer. You drop in. The entire left half of your controller does one thing. It makes you move left. And the entire right half, no matter what you press,
I did play that.
Right.
That game seemed crazy.
Yeah, that's it. And then you're like, wait, that's all I get? And then you have to kind of learn how to do other things, you know? It's footsies, it's plinking, it's all the tech. You have to discover the tech to move around and play.
Woolie, I've played 2 games on this collection for more than 10 hours each.
Damn.
The first one was let me find it here. The first one was, I think it's called Rock On Islands.
Okay.
And it's a tower defense game with cavemen. It is so good. It is so good. And like the tech that you can come up with, and it's like, okay, I'm starting to understand that the cavemen who roll the big giant wheels, you put them at the start of a long straight line so that the wheel can go down the line and hit every dinosaur. And that's like level 1.
Yeah.
And I eventually found a tactic that kind of breaks the game, but I found it on the last map, and that's exactly when you want to find that, you know?
Amazing.
And, it was so good. But then, and I was like, nothing is going to top that. Nothing is going to like compare to that. And then I found Lords of Disconia.
Oh my god, I didn't play that one either. God, there's so many.
Let me make sure that this is actually the one I'm thinking of, because it has a crazy name. I did not think that we were talking about this, but okay, maybe that might be the wrong one. But the ones I'm talking of, it's also a dinosaur game, but in this one, it's a turn-based tactics game.
Avianos.
Yes, that game is incredible.
I spent like 6 hours beating that.
Yeah,
like,
me too. And then I beat all the trials, and then I was sad there wasn't more to play.
Oh, I didn't do the trials. Oh my god.
The trials are fun, dude. They're so fun.
Man, because I played Avianos like early on when I streamed it, and I was like, okay, this is really quiet and the rules are a little unclear. What are these icons? What's going on? And then you kind of learn, oh, you're a dinosaur tribe.
You're gonna spend a couple of games not knowing what's going on.
What if you put a Warcraft game on the NES, you know?
That's what this is.
And made it turn-based.
When you understand its systems and the decisions that game forces you to make every second, fucking cool.
Incredible. Yeah. Avianos is amazing. Did you see Quibble Race by any chance?
I don't know.
Quibble Race is just, you are a bum alien on a bum racing planet where quibbles are these little cute creatures that race each other, and you're basically at the horse betting hippodrome, and you can go borrow money from scuzzy landlords, loan sharks. You can go and like talk to a guy around the corner about like you can talk to an AI about like, what's the data, which one of these quibbles is the fastest, or you can go talk to a guy who's like, yeah, what do you need? And you're like, I need this quibble to have an accident. And he'll be like, yeah,
whoa,
and then he'll take you can select like a bat. you can select like, or like, I need this quibble to be faster, and like you can a syringe, and like he will go and covertly like fuck with the quibbles. And then the race starts, and then like the announcer's like, "Oh wow, this quibble's looking awfully tired today, huh? Must be a new regimen. Anyway, let's start the race." Or this one's looking awfully jacked, and it's like just bursting, like, and you're like, "Wow, that new diet must be doing great. Let's race." And like some of the quibbles, like little halfway across the race, have a heart attack and just and you're just like, you're putting money down on the one that you've rigged, and it's just who can be the dirtiest like quibble racer gambler, you know? It's so
incredible.
scuzzy. Yeah.
The final game that just like sucked me in, Overbold.
Okay, no, haven't seen it.
Overbold is a Smash TV like.
Oh, wow. Okay.
So between every round, and the genius part is you decide how many enemies you want to fight. So you can be like, add another group of enemies, add another group of enemies, add another group of enemies. And every time your prize money for that round is going up and up and up and up. But you don't get to pick which enemies you're adding. So it's like, okay, add another segment of enemies, and you might get the really easy guys that just run towards you, or you might get to the fucking nightmare creatures that come up out of the ground and grab you. And so you're like, okay, I've filled this arena with 6 enemy slots. That's a lot, but everyone's really easy, so maybe I'll just chance one more. And if you can pull it off, you can get like, 2,000, alien books and just buy all the best weapons. Okay. But if you get overconfident, it's one hit kill, it's a roguelike, it's back to the start. And it's a top-down shooter, and it feels great. Unbelievable.
What's it called?
Overbold.
Okay. Yeah, man. There's so many good ones. Camouflage. You're playing a little. It's like Frogger, but you're
the little. Yeah. I played some of that.
It's so simple, but it's just like this could have been a hit arcade game. Just hiding yourself from the threats.
Absolutely, and like the way you have to bend your brain in that sometimes.
Yup.
Good.
Val Brace, where you're just going through you're crawling through a dungeon, but then when you get into a fight, it's Punch Out. So you cross like Kingsfield, like moving through.
I have not played that.
Yeah,
I love Punch Out.
It is a dungeon crawler where you're first person exploring. Like an old classic Rogue or so type game. And then I might be getting that wrong, but anyway, the like first person tile by tile. And then you get into a fight with a monster, and you're now Punch Out view, dodging and weaving and swinging your sword and casting spells. Valbrave.
Yeah, and I haven't deep dived on these yet, so I'm just going to mention them real quick. But like, there's another. I think it's called Brimstone, and I just started it, and it's Cowboy Final Fantasy.
Oh my god, yeah, that. Okay, I heard about that. I heard there's an FF game in there. Yes, I heard that.
It's Cowboy Final Fantasy. It seems rad. Mm-hmm. And then there was also Night Manor, which is just a straight up visual novel.
Okay. All right.
This game is incredible.
We can literally talk about it indefinitely. Yeah. Bushido Ball is just Windjammers with samurais.
Yep, and it's so good. It feels great. Like, that's the crazy thing. Every one of these games feels so well designed, which like you'd maybe expect from like the person who made Spelunky. But this game, it's just been a constant joy. Like, I'm so surprised how much I love it.
Yeah, so that was a great pull, and there's so much more to dive into without just scraping the surface of the 50 games. And they are
my guess is that this is not the last time we talk about it.
No, man. There's multiplayer, there's like bonus challenges to each of these things, and I'm just going to be going in and picking at that for a while. So, yeah. Great stuff. UFO 50 once again for anyone interested. Yeah. What as we keep this train rolling, what's going on with you?
Things are going, things are moving. I have a little boxing update.
Let's go.
Okay. So I have 2 major update points here. One, we are on episode 16 of the Hajime no Ippo rewatch.
Okay.
And 2, faces have been punched.
Ooh.
including mine.
Did you get your bell rung?
Little bit.
Okay.
So okay, just first of all, I haven't watched Hajime no Ippo in maybe like 8 years. I am just. It's not that I forgot how good that show is. I just am being reminded every episode. It's fucking great. It's
Stellar.
so good.
Yes.
And like what I love about it is like you turn it on and you're like, okay, this looks kind of old. Like, you know, it does have a bit of an old look to it. But the animation is so good, and like there's never like a stock drawing. You know, the characters always look so expressive, and especially any scene where like in any scene where like the boxers just like collapse laughing at Ippo, their faces turn into such horrifying devil faces, and they're so good. You know, Takamura, like just he just constantly has that big scowl, and then when he breaks into laughter, it's fucking incredible.
I love how, looking at it now, experiencing some other sports anime and things like that, you know, let's say on one side you've got like iShield 21, which is pure slapstick goofy superpowers, right? Mm-hmm. And then on the other side you've got like Slam Dunk, which is just like, that is just basketball, real. Mm-hmm. You know.
Yep.
I like Hajime no Ippo kind of splits the middle with these goofy characters having a good time, super expressive faces and fun designs and stuff, but it grabs enough of the technical and enough of the goofy, and it just kind of keeps it as a fun ride the whole way through, you know?
I think like there's an argument to be made of like Hajime no Ippo is like it's the shonen formula boiled down to such purity, and every part of it works so well. Mm-hmm. And like the crazy part, it is like really, it just knows boxing. Like so, you know, I'm still a total beginner at boxing, and I'm watching it, and I was at a night class recently, and like my trainer was saying to me like, so two things: you are too tense when you're punching, and you're also you're overextending your punches. And so like I was doing bag work, and so he was like, if this bag wasn't here and you punched like that, you'd fall over.
Okay. Yes.
And I was
yes,
like,
yes.
Oh,
yep.
I never thought about it like this. But then, so I go home literally that evening, and I throw on an episode of Ippo, and it's like episode 4 or something where he has to catch the leaves. Maybe like episode 2.
Okay, I was about to say, did you go try to catch some leaves outside your house?
I didn't. And then I did. But like, so this whole scene, and it's like one of those real, you know, shonen, learn to do the thing without doing the thing. Yeah. And it's Ippo and he learns that he has to relax his arms completely, and that clicked with me. I was like, oh,
there you go.
That's what I gotta be doing. And man, it's so great. It's such an excellent show. But yeah, so I've been boxing, and I have really been loving it. I will say right now I'm doing like 2 boxing and 2 jujitsu a week. That's tough.
That's a lot.
It's been really fun, but yeah, it takes a lot out of you physically. But it's been cool, and so I signed up for a sparring workshop and had my first spar.
Let's go.
And it was really interesting. So basically, there was me and one other dude there who had like never sparred before. But the thing was, like, I do have a little experience because like it's very different, but like, you know, I spent a lot of years sparring in Taekwondo, and so like I have punched people in the face. I know what it's like to get punched in the face. I did that every Tuesday for like a decade. And so when I was sparring this dude, it was definitely like, oh, this guy's never done this before. And it's not like I was good, because I was not. I felt really clumsy, and it showed me just how important footwork is. And I think the way I would compare it is like, say like in a Final Fantasy active time battle, if you have good footwork, it's like getting extra turns.
Yes. That's great. That's a perfect way to put it.
And my footwork is not good, and I was in a lot of ways it's nearly like the punching isn't the hard part. The footwork is the hard part, and I'm sure the really hard part is coordinating it all. So it was really interesting. I was around that, and so I went about 6 rounds with this guy, and these were not hard rounds. We were not going at it. We were tapping, like, as you're kind of instructed to do. You don't like trying to beat the head off each other or anything. And I would say about 5 rounds in, it kind of started to click. And I was like, I found that I wasn't really thinking about, like, what way should I be moving my feet? What way should I be moving my hands? My hands high enough? My hands low enough? All that kind of stuff. And I started to really get into it. And I was like, okay, whenever this dude steps this close to me, I know I can hit him with my jab. And so, like, I was able to kind of, like, keep him away with the jab, like, pretty, I'd say, reliably. And, like, I could see him getting frustrated. And I was like, okay, we're getting this. But then I also started to notice, like, okay, I'm hitting this dude with the jab, and, like, he's blocking it. Like, I'm not, like, smacking him in the face. But every time he'll block, and then, like, his kind of hands come down, nearly like he's, like he needs to reset, And I see it a couple of times, and I'm like, I think I can get this dude with, like, a decent right. And so I test 1 or 2 more times, and yep, his hands drop every time. And so I'm like, okay. And so I snap out the jab, I lean forward, and I just push out the right, and I'm like, oh, fuck yeah. And it felt incredible. It felt so good.
You connected.
Connected.
Yes.
And then I look at the dude, and his eyes are gone. And I'm like, oh, fuck. And I immediately stop and I'm like, mate, are you okay? And he doesn't say anything. And I'm like, you all right? And he goes, yeah. Could we just slow down? And I felt like such a fucking asshole because, like, I hit this dude too hard. Like, this was a routine spar. I got swept up in it, and I just nailed him a little too much.
You didn't go at, like, sparring percentage power.
I was trying to keep that in mind the whole time, but I think, like, I was thinking about it afterwards. I'm like, I think what it was is, like, when I started to feel it, I started to get into the jujitsu mindset where it's like, I am waiting for an opening, and the second that opening appears, I'm going to go for it. Okay. But the thing is, in jujitsu, when you do that and you go full power, you lock someone in a kimura or a guillotine or whatever, and they tap. And it's like, you don't really have to hold back. It's not something you have to consider because you're not concussing someone. In this moment, like, I could tell, like, I hurt the dude in a way that I did not mean to hurt him. And I genuinely felt so bad about it.
Okay.
Because, like, and that is something I really want to be conscious of moving forward. Because what I don't want to be is that asshole who can't control his power.
Yeah. It is important to, keep in mind that a spar is a spar,
Totally.
And,
yeah.
I mean, so in many cases, like, the ref or the coach or whoever's around should be able to kind of see that and be like, hey, remember, keep this in mind, and kind of see what level of exertion you're putting out there and stuff. But like, in some cases too, like, some people will do, like, okay, no headshots. They'll start just doing, like, body, and so there's different levels of how to go about that. But it is interesting because, yeah, you have been in a combat sports situation before, and the one that you're the most familiar with currently is one where it's about the reaction time and the speed of getting to the thing. You don't really think about just, like, oh, also I have to put a regulator on what I'm doing,
Yeah, like, when you're holding back in jiu-jitsu, it's when you've already hit the submission and you're giving the person a chance to tap out. It's not like the movement has happened, but in this, it's like, and, like, I wasn't like, I'm gonna knock this fucker out. It was more, I was just excited to get the hit.
Yeah,
you know what I mean. And I just hit him too hard.
Okay. Yeah. Well, it does happen, and I do think that, like, a lot of the people that agree to get in and do a little spar kind of go in expecting, yeah, I might get hit. You kind of go in more or less, hopefully kind of bracing for, like, yeah, this is going to push me a little bit. So, you know, I hope that like, for example, if you know that like he didn't. I hope that he didn't feel like, oh, you know, were like intentionally being like a jerk there, and
Yeah,
you
I
know.
really hope he didn't feel that way either, because like, you know, that is not why I do martial arts. You know, like that is not what I like about it.
But I do know that, like, you know, if I was in a similar situation and that kind of thing happened, I'd kind of be like, okay, yeah, I did kind of sign up for this, and I to some degree just kind of be like, right, that should be a nice reminder of to not, you know, don't create a pattern here, you know, like how did like I created that opening, so
Yeah.
yeah, okay, that's a cool. I will say though, the putting it together and recognizing the pattern and then capitalizing is a very satisfying and fun sequence, and that's
It
awesome.
was that was a real moment of like, oh, that's what this is, and that was awesome. And then like afterwards, I got to spar some more experienced people as well, and that was a real lesson in like, oh, I know nothing. Like I just, oh man.
Well, if I may, I'll just tag in here and say that I too have a boxing update.
Oh yes. Okay. I'm okay.
I have returned to the church basement.
Yeah, buddy, that's fucking awesome. That's so cool, Wooly.
Yeah.
Holy shit.
So I got in there. I got in there, you know, went, saw some
was
old
Lou?
faces, saw the coach. Lou's good, you know, and
So how was he? Was he kind of like, oh, look who it is? Or was he kind of...
no, it was, you know, he's like, there you are, you know, what's up? And it's just like, all right, now I got your address. You know, you're never getting away again, right? I was like, damn, I'm here for life, huh? And he's like, yeah, you know, and I saw some old regulars as well, you know.
Aw.
It was just, yeah.
Like, that's, great. Like, whenever I see anyone come back to jiu-jitsu, like, my feeling is always like, oh, fucking yeah, buddy, like, you're back, you know, that's awesome.
And, you know, we, yeah, it was just nice to see some old faces. And so, you know, I kind of, but like this time around, based on my schedule, like I can, like, I'm only able to kind of sign up for like some specific morning classes on, you know, at certain times, you know. So,
sure.
What I went for is I came back the hard way. I came back with, shout outs to, again, like UD Performance. They're great. The church basement boxing gym, is they have a thing that is a 10-round like hit session, you know, and you do 10 rounds of work back to back, and you basically condition yourself to be able to go the distance, you know, because gassing out is what happens to everybody. It's a regular thing, and all you can do is kind of get your heart rate into a place where you can handle putting that much work in and not being completely empty, you know, like 1 or 2 rounds in, and then just having like, you're just standing there as a punching bag on feet, you know? And yeah, it was just cool to be like, all right, let's get this started. Here we go. All right, first round. Let me get the skipping rope. Oh God, how do I do this?
Yeah.
Oh no.
Yeah.
Oh,
I've
no.
had a few battles with the skipping rope also.
It's brutal, you know? And I was like, oh God. And then like my cardio is shot, and I'm like doing my squat thrusts, and I'm running around, and it's like, yeah, it's rough. But I'm like, okay, shadow boxing, let's get it back in there, work in the bag. And then of course you get in the ring, and then you get to like hit some mitts and do some mitt work. And that's always fun. But of course I'm just like, yeah, I'm breathing so heavy by the time, you know, I'm back. But it feels great. And like, you know, it's the kind of thing where you got a nice coach that's really encouraging too. And he's great. He's just like, let's go, baby. 1, 2, 1, 2. And like, just, you really feel it, you know, you pull in and you can get that extra energy out. And, you know, and as you mentioned, like leaning too far in, I was like, yeah, 100%. A lot of the posture stuff that I remember used to be like in like second nature when I was doing this all the time. Some of that was forgotten. And so I was throwing out some jabs, you know, and leading into like a right. And like, yeah, I was leaning too far forward on it. And like, yeah, one of the coaches came over, you know, and he was just like, hold up, grab the shoulders, lean back. You want to make sure that you're grounded, you know? So
that's one of the crazy things that I've learned is like, if you're hitting the bag shouldn't be moving that much.
You need to make sure you know where your balance is.
Yeah, and know? It's fucking wild.
Yeah, if your whole weight is throwing itself forward on it's like, that's not it, man. You know, because if that's somebody that moves, you're slipping forward, you're you're done. Like that's a huge liability. So no, you being stable is so important. And yeah, some of those little things came back, and so I did 2 back to back, and I'm going back in this week, and
Hell yeah, dude. That's so great. I'm so happy to hear that.
It ain't
so,
much, but I just
I mean, look, boxing is a tough fucking workout. It's interesting, like the exhaustion I feel from boxing is so different from the exhaustion I feel from jiu-jitsu. Because with boxing, I come out of there and my muscles, like specific muscle groups, are aching.
Mm-hmm.
With jiu-jitsu, I come out of there and it's more a full body soul fatigue where I'm just like drained, but maybe not quite as sore. It's a weird one.
Yeah, well, because again, sometimes you're grounded, but you're still forcing specific muscle groups. You're kind of your whole body is being engaged for like extended periods of time in this way, and like boxing really wants you to like hone on these specific things. I know I was doing it right, because the next couple mornings my feet were annihilated.
That's what it's about, dude.
It needs, that means that I'm doing enough with my feet that they're very tired, so that's the right thing. Not my arms, not my shoulders.
Do your hands get sore with boxing?
If you wrap them properly, they shouldn't.
Because my hands have definitely been getting like a little sore, and like I think I'm getting decent enough at wrapping them, but yeah, they've been a little.
Yeah, give yourself even some extra around the knuckles. Just
right. Okay.
Go a little extra around the knuckles just to really make sure that they're soft. And I don't know what ounces you're using to train with, but
I think they're 12 ounce.
Okay, yeah, so that should be fine. That's what I used to. I'll say that like the times where I haven't wrapped properly have been catastrophic. Like, it's so crazy how important wrapping is. And like to the point where when they talk about professionals hiring a guy that comes in and does wraps, and like I'm just the guy that does.
Wow.
Yeah. They hire professional rappers that are like, this is all I do. I do the hands, and I'm doing them pristine. It's that
Imagine
important.
being at a party and someone being like, "What do you do?" and you being like, "I'm a rapper."
Like no. No shortcuts on that. So like take a look at that part of it too.
Yeah, the journey is still early, and I would really like, I have no illusions about the fact that I absolutely suck at boxing right now, but boy, I sure am looking forward to getting better. Like it's been so cool.
Yeah,
I genuinely feel like I'm at the prom with 2 dates, because I'll go for a jiu-jitsu session and be like, oh, I love jiu-jitsu's always going to be the thing for me. And then I'll do a boxing session. I'll be like, it's pretty good, though. It's pretty good.
Yeah, man. No, I feel like I feel like a boxing admirer. You know what I mean? Like, I'm just like, I can't even remotely say anything that I've learned or anything that I do is like I feel absolutely like even after this amount of time, like I know nothing, but I just know that doing it feels fun, and the feeling you get after you're done is like you accomplished something and you leveled something up in there, and that feels good. It feels good to do that. So this is awesome. This is a fun journey, and
this is great. I'm glad you're back on the train.
Let's see if we can get to that omnidirectional Dempsey roll.
I mean, it can't be that hard.
If you hear a jet engine in the back of your head, keep going. Yeah.
But yeah, it's I wonder, the next time we're in the same physical location, Woolie, like, what's going to happen? Because it can either be like dance battle, boxing match, jiu-jitsu roll, or Dokapon Kingdom.
All of the above. You've heard of chess boxing. Now get ready.
Oh, chess boxing? How quaint.
Oh my god. Yeah. Oh, this is great. This is great. I look forward to hearing more boxing updates.
But Woolie, it's about time we got into some recs. But before we do, how about a little word from our sponsors?
Let's do it. All right. This week, Versus Wolves is sponsored by Uncommon Goods, and I have made use of this site many a times over the years, and they are legitimately an awesome spot to go if you are trying to figure out how to buy good gifts for people in your life that are interesting and different. I kind of I like priding myself a bit on being a pretty good gift giver. I feel like I'm pretty solid at that.
You have given me some killer gifts in the day.
I tried.
I recall one particular impromptu vinyl Mystical Ninja soundtrack.
Ah, yeah, that was fun. I like getting stuff that's again, in some cases what someone doesn't know exists, but now that they know exists, they're like, oh, I need this. I'm like, that's what I like to do, and with that, I found that, like, yeah, Uncommon Goods is exactly that. That's what they have. They have a lot of stuff that you can kind of select by, who it is in your life you're buying for, family, friends.
There was a lot of stuff on this place where I was like, oh, this is the perfect place to come for, like, the older man in your life, where it's like, oh, what the fuck do I get? Check out Uncommon Goods. There's so many good options. There's one thing I saw is, like, there's these coasters that you put in the fridge and your drink slides into them, and they're stone, and they basically are coasters that cool your whiskey as you drink it.
How about that? Right?
How about that?
So one thing over the years that's been a running gag has been watching as Punch Mom tries to develop a green thumb from a hand of death that would kill all plants. And one of the keys, and she's now doing a lot better with that, thankfully, but one of the keys was I got a self-watering, self-lighting, growing plant system, and they have those.
Whoa.
Right? And you're able to kind of like, you're able to just like, yeah, like you get the seeds growing in, and then it'll light and simulate like daylight, and even when it's, wherever it is, it'll give the right amount of light and the right amount of water, which are all in an automated system to help grow things. And then from there, you can transplant it into another pot to take it outside or do what you need to do. That's been really cool. Even little games, I got like a 3D, like tic-tac-toe bit where you're playing tic-tac-toe with the Z-axis applied to it. There's
cool.
little just fun things, and yeah, like stuff as well for like cooking, and like there's so much. So, legitimately, I absolutely love Uncommon Goods, and they have a ton of great stuff, and I really do like getting stuff that is just like, whoa, that exists. Oh shit, okay, yeah, and this holiday season, of course, as people are starting to get not just birthday stuff for everyone, but you're looking at Christmas coming up and things like that.
You got to get out ahead of it. You got to get out ahead of it. Don't leave it any longer.
That's it. So you're going to want to check out Uncommon Goods, as well as the fact that with every purchase you make, they give back $1 to a nonprofit partner of your choice. They've donated more than $3 million to date. So, yeah, good support cause as well. So for 15% off your next gift, go to uncommongoods.com/wolves. That's uncommongoods.com/WOLVES for 15% off. Don't miss out on this limited time offer. Uncommon Goods, we're all out of the ordinary. That's a pretty good slug line.
I like that. I like that a lot. Okay. Thanks, Uncommon Goods.
Thanks, Uncommon Goods. All right. So, yes. How about...
Woolie, I think you took a little trip to a small town. Am I mistaken?
Oh, that's a damn fine, good cup of coffee.
Okay.
I sure have had a lot of cups of coffee, and that right there, that's one of the damn finest I've ever had.
So, Woolie, this was something you've been recommended a lot, maybe ad nauseum.
Yes.
And I understand the reluctance to get into something when it is over-recommended to you. There is a reason I still have not read Ashita no Joe.
Okay, Ashtano Joe. Yeah. That is a lot of people have a lot of feelings, you know. Okay, I will say this. There are a few times where you go through something and because of the way we, talk about and our recommended things, you're like, oh yeah, I can kind of see why folks kind of thought about this or suggested this. This show, I felt thousands of eyeballs in the room with me.
Wow. Okay, I get that. I get that. Yeah. Yep.
While I was watching this, I felt like just an auditorium of people were right behind me the whole time.
Okay. And
yeah.
What I will say on that, Woolie, is there is a subsection of your fans that find themselves to me and they're like, John, listen, I really love the anime Kisniver. And if you could maybe recommend that to Woolie on an episode of Versus, that would just really mean a lot to me. Do you mind if I address those people right now?
Uh-huh.
If you want to force Woolie to watch something, you spend 10 years manipulating reality to the point that you infiltrate his social circle and start a fucking podcast with him. Okay, that's all. Twin Peaks.
Friendship era.
Oh, yeah, no, that was no, yeah.
Well, I could have left the room for that. I didn't, so
it's a normal thing to do, Woolie.
Yeah. The especially so the backstory here for anyone that's out of the loop is that Twin Peaks has been an ongoing bit because I've known about some David Lynch stuff throughout my life, and as a part of the best friends group as well, it was definitely a linchpin there. And then there was a game called Deadly Premonition, which was heavily inspired by Twin Peaks.
No, he's never seen Twin Peaks.
He's never seen it, right? And so a lot of that, when that was a very popular Let's Play from there then as well. And so because of that, there was a big yo, where are you at on this? Because I wasn't part of those, and so I was like, yeah, it's not super my thing, but then again, I didn't see the source material, and I what I did see when it comes to David Lynch was I saw Mulholland Drive, and I was really, really confused by it. Thought it was really weird and tried hard to do a lot of things, and walked away just kind of scratching my head going, what was that? And then I read basically an essay talking about what it was doing, and I was like, okay, I understand what you were going for, and I have some appreciation for the context that you can learn to help make things a little better there. But it still was incredibly weird, and that's obviously his kind of signature style. I also have seen the PlayStation duck commercials where he directed some commercials of just a duck walking by a weird lens going in PlayStation.
Boy, did he.
I'm like, all right, David.
Are those the third place commercials?
I don't remember what the other details. I just remember.
Man, I miss when Sony was weird, dude.
I mean, hiring David Lynch is certainly a statement you're trying to make,
Oh, it's a choice, all right.
Yeah, and so, I remember there was a time in my life where, I was going back. There's a video store that I lived near during my college days, and I used to go back, and I met some friends that were really into film. So I went back and started looking at movies I'd never watched I'd never had a chance to watch. I rented Casablanca. I rented just a lot of old the Good, the Bad, and the Ugly. I went to go back and see what that was about, and some Kurosawa stuff, and kind of just was okay. Let's understand the Jim Jarmusch. Let's understand the history of film and what what all these classics were about and why people like them and stuff, you know? And I really enjoyed a whole lot of that era, and I got to learn so much by just kind of going to the classics section and grabbing movies off and watching them. And at one point, I went into the David Lynch section, and I rented Wild at Heart. And Wild at Heart is a Nick Cage movie directed by David Lynch from the exact same time as Twin Peaks. 1990 is when it came out. I hated it. I really did not enjoy this movie.
Okay.
And it was Nick just being weird in his leather snakeskin jacket and cowboying it up, and I don't remember a whole lot even at this point as I describe it, but I just remember really, really not enjoying it as I was watching. It's him and is it Laura Dern, I guess? Yeah, and just kind of it, you know, and I was just like, this, yeah, okay, it's not all gonna be for me. And that was kind of my first, or not my first, but that was my like, no, even with an explanation, sometimes I'm like, I still might not just, you know, and that's okay. Not everything will be for everyone.
I don't know. I for me, a lot of the time, if I don't enjoy something, if I don't like the feeling of experiencing a piece of media, even a really great explanation of what's going on isn't going to change my opinion that much. Because like so much of experiencing art to me is like the feel of it. It's like the atmosphere, what it looks like, what it sounds,
and the context. And I'm there, you know. So Twin Peaks season 1, press play, 1,000 eyeballs. But yeah, so this is a story from 1990, and boy, does it feel like it. And
it is maybe the most 1990 piece of media of all time.
And as I'm watching the intro with, you know, the bird, the mill, the mountains, and just like all these just nature, basically it looks like the Canadian wilderness if you go up north, like, you know, in America, if you hit up Washington, Rockies kind of area and stuff. And I'm like, oh yeah, I also am reminded right away that Gravity Falls comes from this, right?
Okay.
This is the inspiration. This is the vibe. You know, this is where it took its tone from. And Gravity Falls, I loved. I really, really enjoyed that, you know? And yeah, and so like what establishes itself right away in this first episode where we meet Special Agent Dale Cooper pulling up, and he joins he pulls up to investigate a murder of Laura Palmer in Twin Peaks, and it's a quiet, sleepy little town. You got the population count on the board, and you are meeting all of these like members of a fairly tight-knit community, and he clearly is an outsider in a suit, you know, coming from the big city, kind of like almost like intruding in a way. And you kind of get to realize that like this show is going to be 80% vibes. I feel like I'm gambling that it's mainly about vibes. And I think
that's a safe gamble.
Yeah. In, you know, and I'll say that like it's in a similar way, like, you know, Fargo, right? Fargo is a really great movie. I enjoyed the TV show as well, at least the first season that I saw. And like the location is crucial, you know. I mean, I know there's a bit of a hacky thing to say, like at this point, it's like, oh, the location is also a character. It's like, as people make fun of that, right? But it is like, no, the character of the place and where they live in it being small.
Well, look, I'd say there's just some locations that are a, you know, they're a more important part of the story other than just where the characters are. Like you have the hotel from The Shining, you have Silent Hill, like all that stuff.
Yeah. And I would say that, like, in this case, it's especially underlined because Dale Cooper is himself remarking on how quaint and small and preserved and awesome it is to be in small town America.
He is so in love with this town. And it's like, it's cool because a lot of the time, you know, big shot FBI agent comes to the town, doesn't get along, and, you know, then eventually he learns to love it. No, Dale Cooper is just in love with this place from the first minute. And it's endearing.
Yeah. You know, like, I could definitely imagine that, like, he probably has pulled up to some scenes and ripped the glasses off and, who are you? You got your CSI moment. But here he's driving up and looking and going, I've never seen so many trees in my life. And just like, wow, you know? And then you even get a chance to like encounter other people that are just like, oh, this backwater town, you know, and stuff. And he's just like, nah, man, this is special, you know? Let it be. People still give a damn out here, you know? It's yeah, so he makes note of it as well. And so he basically says like, I'm going to be checking the vibes out. So I imagine you, the viewer, you know, should pay attention to that stuff too. And then, yeah, sure enough, you know, you got your whodunit. You got a body, Laura Palmer. She washes up on the beach. You got the people down at the mill, you know, they're working, and you've got, you know, the labor disputes going on between the new owner and some of the former family members, and just all these little things are happening. You know, you go down to the precinct, and you've got the receptionist just like, "Hey there, Mr. Officer, how's it going?" You know, and
I love her so much. She is so fucking great, and she just gets everything wrong in the most believable way.
Let me get the name right there. Kimmy is the name of the actress, and she plays Lucy.
Lucy.
Yes, she plays Lucy. Yeah, she has her and Andy have their like their on and off romance. You know, Andy, the goofy cop that's cries a lot, dropping his gun on the crime scene, just completely incompetent. But you know what?
I think that's one of the hits that there's something a bit weird about this show, where they discover Laura Palmer's body and there's the crime scene, and Andy is just there crying. He's just this cop there crying.
Yeah. And you're like, but I'm also like, well, this is a small town, and he probably got it because he's like, no one else wanted it. You know, he got that gig because they needed people to wear the badge, and others were up to, you know, they're working on the lumber mill, or they're doing whatever they're doing, you know. So, yeah, and so, you know, you get the police station as well, and everyone that is kind of, you know, making room for the Fed to walk in and take over the case. But instead of having this like, all right, here's the way we're going to do things, the Fed's taking charge of the show now, and in many cases that's like a tension point. But like, he's being very chill about it, you know. And I think as well, where you're like, okay, so things are going procedurally, you know, as you do in a procedural, but like then this quainty, quirky dude who's like talking about the pie and how much he loves having a nice, inexpensive room, nice and simple, you know, and just it needs a clean sheets, and just like
he's describing all this to Diane, his secretary, who may or may not exist, and he just recording it all into this tape recorder, and he's like, Diane, good, tight, clean bed sheets, Douglas fern trees, and he's just waxing poetic about this small town constantly.
Yeah, and it's like, that's not a walkie-talkie, it's not a phone, it's a tape recorder. But he sometimes says things about like, Diane, I got those things you sent me that I ordered. So, and like, so it's like, it seems like there is an actual interaction occurring somehow, but whatever.
I know the answer to that.
Sure.
I just think in those first couple episodes, it's like,
yeah,
this is weird. And like, Dale Cooper is such a delight of a character, and like, because like, he takes such joy in life, but he's so weird as well. Like, there's one episode, and the episode just starts and he's hanging upside down.
Yes, yeah. And I've seen that used in like other 90s media as well, of like, you know, businessmen kind of like hooking their boots up to the ceiling and kind of getting the braid. I guess there was like some like an idea behind like blood flow or some. I don't know. There must be some reason, but I saw that as well. And it's one thing to see the quirky bits of like, you know, him recording everything he's saying and stuff. And then he's like, all right, everybody, follow me. We're going out back. I'm going to put a bottle down. We're going to write down some names. And I'm going to throw a rock when you... And you're like, what? You know? And like, it's just a small and sleepy enough town that they're like, yeah, okay, I guess, you know.
He had a dream in which he became deeply empathetic with the plight of the people of Tibet and gained the unconscious ability to be able to tell if there was information there by throwing a rock at a bottle and it's smashing if it hit if the right person was named as he threw it.
Right? And then and whether it missed or hit was going to determine whether or not that person actually was relevant to the case. And he's just doing, and they're just absolutely following along. And you're like, okay, who is he explaining this to? There's the receptionist, there's Andy. They're just completely goofy, like, whatever you say, man, sure. There's Hawk, who's really sharp. He's the native officer that works there. And you're like, okay, so he believes in spiritual things, so he's clearly like not really willing to be like, this sounds like bullshit, but whatever, man. He's like, yeah, okay, sure. You know, there's a little bit of like, I've seen it all before kind of vibe coming from him.
Yep.
And then you've got the sheriff, Truman, Harry Truman for that matter, which is a hilarious pick. Who's like, he's straight-laced enough that this is clearly kind of weird, but he's not dismissing it at any point. He's yes-anding.
He's straight-laced but very open-minded.
Yes.
Where he's like, well, all right. Like, at no point is he like, I don't know that this is an unreasonable way to select a murderer.
That's it, right? Like, if this were any other like kind of protagonist sheriff, if this were Rick from The Walking Dead, you know, he'd be like, get your ass out of my town and don't come back, you know? But he's yes-anding Cooper.
And like the friendship that forms between Cooper and Truman is like, it's one of the most endearing parts of this entire show, I think. There's one scene where like they're discussing the murder and they're kind of like getting in real close, and then right at the end of the scene, Cooper just grabs Sheriff Truman's nose and just goes, and that's the end of the scene.
Yeah. And then on the other side of the cast, you've got like just the high school kids, you know, who are classic 90s high school. Everyone is way older than they actually are. Everyone's basically in college, really. Because I guess, you know, the grades go up to whatever.
I love Bobby because he's such a fucking piece of shit.
Yep. Bobby is just he's like the quarterback, you know, dating a cheerleader and like, you know, slacking off, getting involved with drugs. He's got the shitty fucking parted hair, the starter jacket, just quintessential piece of shit. You know, it takes 2 seconds to establish him. And then, you know, you his best friend, of course, who's also scummy, and Mike. And then, you know, you've got the quiet biker kid, you know, off to the side. And that
actor is interesting.
Who does he remind me of? He reminds me of, do you remember Mighty Morphin Power Rangers?
Mm-hmm.
Remember Bulk and Skull?
Yeah.
He reminds me of Skull, the second guy. Yeah. Like it gives off that energy. He's got the same kind of cheekbones, you know? Yeah, so James.
Yeah, James spends a lot of time kind of pouting and riding his motorcycle.
And you know, being aloof and quiet, but you know, he's the strong silent type, you know? He's the sensitive one.
He was also, all these characters like have connections to Laura Palmer. James was the one who was secretly in love with her. Bobby was her like boyfriend, and there's this whole one layer. There's a lot of layers to this show, but one layer of it is there is just the like schmaltziest teen drama you could imagine.
Of course, Donna, the best friend, is there with them, and you're kind of like okay, so there was the cheat, the infidelity that was going on between them, but then Donna was there, and like, oh wait, they were secretly feeling something for each other, and Laura's very complicated, so we don't quite know, and you're kind of just you're uncovering this like basically it's like you a few 2-3 episodes in, you're like, oh, Laura Palmer is also like the worst possible person to wind up a murder victim, because her life is so complicated.
Yeah, and it snakes throughout the entire town. But that's the kind of thing, because her death starts to drag out all these fucking weird secrets, and that's kind of that's sort of the trigger point of the show.
And then you've got them kind of as like, okay, the friends surrounding the the victim. And then you've got Audrey, the other girl in their class, who's just this kind of like complete psycho.
I love Audrey so much. I like so she basically walks into rooms and just puts on this fucking bizarre like jazz song and starts like kind of dancing to it in a way that's like really weird and awkward, and then she'll just walk up to someone and be like, I love this song. And I fucking love Audrey. She's so great.
So Audrey is like a type of character in a high school show that doesn't really exist anymore, because like that kind of girl might be like the, I don't know, like the Sydney Sweeney, kind of a Euphoria style character, right? Or even like you might even get something of kind of like the goth girl, and if something is kind of like aughts enough or so. But
I think the stereotype is kind of like the burnout.
But it's like the burnout, but also the rich girl. So Pacifica Northwest, right? Like,
right, okay.
A little bit of that. She's got the rich. She's coming from the rich family. She's aloof, but and is just dealing with damage, right? Ignored it enough at home that she has to act out and like get her kicks off of watching the chaos unfold, And so when a tall, dark, and handsome FBI agent strolls into town, oh boy, let's get activated here,
Also, perhaps one of the aspects of the show that hasn't aged super well.
To Dale's defense, he does go, hey, you're just a kid in high school. You don't know what you want. Let's talk about your problems if you'd like, but that's about it.
Yeah, no, you're right. I think there's just also an element of him where there's one or two scenes where he's a bit like, yowza.
yeah. No, he does. Yeah, like, you are gorgeous and stuff. And, and so this is the other bit too, where it's like, these are like, it's like American high school grade 13 or whatever thing. So it's like, the kids are like she's like, oh, I'm 18 and stuff and all that, but very clearly you're like, yeah, okay, this is, that those are not the kids I went to high school with.
No,
I went to high school with a bunch of small people. We were skipping ropes and kicking balls and playing Power Rangers. You know what I mean? That was, but anyway. But
I'm currently watching a lot of Riverdale for reasons that will become apparent quite soon. And by that 7th season, Woolie, you are watching people in their mid-30s play high schoolers, and it is very funny.
Incredible. And then you have people of that same like age that are just like, oh, I dropped out and I started working at the diner, like Shelley,
Love Shelley as well. She's so good.
And that's where I'm like, oh, this is cool, because like she's just she's peripheral on the side here, but like we're following her and her story as it relates to everything going on in this town. But she's married to Lou, who's the like sketchy like trucker on the edge of town, and is basically
do you mean
Leo? Leo, excuse me, not Lou. Leo, yeah rather.
Leo is quite terrifying, I find.
Yeah. But I find he's he's sketchy in the sense that like he's like, oh, you're just like a abusive, wife beating, narcissistic piece of shit type bad guy, but you're also a guy that would get roundhouse kicked in Roadhouse. You know, like,
oh yeah, no, he is absolutely an Okay, we've never talked about Roadhouse, Wooly. That is one of my favorite movies of all time.
Of course it is. You ever wear a gi with your leather jacket, bro? You ever with your jeans? You know,
that is a silly action rom-com romp up until someone gets their throat ripped out.
Oh my god.
But yeah, I think there is a bit of a menace to Leo, and like I love this scene where he meets Bobby and Mike in the forest, and he's kind of like, "Where's the money?"
Yeah.
And then they're kind of looking around, and they're like, "Is there someone in the trees?" And Leo's like, "It doesn't matter." It's like, whoa.
and there was someone in the trees.
There was, yeah.
Yeah. But like he is of the era of like what's scary and dangerous? It's someone with a knife doing this, like
Yeah.
You know? and Michael Keaton Batman going, "You want to get nuts? Let's get nuts." You know, like it's that level of like, okay, that's like, yes, it's 90s dangerous, you know. But yeah, there's drug trafficking going on. There's, you know, like, and you know, dude's armed and just pulling that gun out and it being properly scary, you know. So, and the fact that like, as like, you know, Bobby's pulling up to the place because of course everyone's cheating on everybody. There's like so much infidelity happening in this.
No, people be fucking.
The juicy gossip all over this town is wild, and everyone kind of knows a little bit, but, you know, and so like, but even as they're pulling up, like Bobby is like, "Oh shit, Leo's truck is there. I'm out of here. You know, you're gonna have to run back to like everyone kind of knows, you know." But like, yeah, you kind of just get the ins and outs of just, you know, everyone's pretty kind of used to their life and pretty unhappy, you know. You know, even Ed, who's James' uncle, right?
Oh man, Ed and Norma, like that whole thing kind of breaks my heart a little bit.
It's so, he's such a cool character. He's just like a, you know, stand-up guy, good
Big Ed.
Yep, big, you know, like, you know, good like kind of father figure, strong role model. And
sorry, not Ed is the woman or Norma is the woman he's cheating with. Nadine is his wife.
Nadine is his wife, yeah.
Nadine and Ed just kind of break my heart. I don't know if you've heard their like backstory and how they got together and everything.
Not so much just yet, from the first season, but at the very least, you know, just kind of showing off. It's like, yep, pretty good guy, and then, you know, he's got this just absolute nutty wife with the eye patch, just like, the drapes, you know, Nadine going crazy.
Cotton balls!
You know, and it's like, this is your lot in life, buddy. Yeah.
Me and Michelle were catching up on a little Twin Peaks for this episode. And Michelle just turns to me and she goes, "Am I like Nadine?"
All right, well, you know, that's fine.
I was like, "No, you're fine.
That's
good.
fine.
You're all right."
But you know, but Big Ed's he's very cool, and like, and it's like he's not just like this kind of like obviously cool, like reliable figure for no reason, you know, because like, of course, going on behind the scenes is the Bookhouse Boys, right? This
hell yeah, the Bookhouse Boys. Do you think we'd be allowed in the Bookhouse Boys, Wooly? Do you think we'd be allowed in the Bookhouse Boys?
We would not be allowed.
I like
in
to
the
think
Bookhouse
so.
Boys. No, I don't imagine. I don't think I would. I then again, it's like, you know, like you.
Are we too mischievous? Is that the problem?
No, I think I just walk around doing this way too much, and like everyone's like, "Oh, dude, now you're just giving it away." A little secret eye gesture, like
Oh, we got to talk to Wooly again.
Because we saw that happen at one moment in, you know, between Hawk and who was it between? It was between Hawk and the sheriff and Truman, and it was kind of like, is there an Illuminati going on too here? And you're like, yeah, sort of, you know. all this is quite fine and dandy, but like I remember when I was kind of watching it, I was kind of talking to Punch Mob and going like, yeah, this is really interesting because it seems almost as if David Lynch wanted to tell a fairly tame whodunit kind of story, and maybe like the Lynchism started later on or so, or maybe he kind of toyed with it a little bit and then people reacted strongly, so he leaned in to become a little bit of a self-parody. But before I could even get those words out of my mouth, we go to the Red Room.
Hell fucking yeah, we do. That's episode 3, I think.
Yeah, and I remember, so 2 episodes, I was like, this is really normal for a Lynch story. Okay. And then, yes, we go to the Red Room. And in the Red Room, you know, it's just, okay, the backwards talking, the weird, creepy, back-turned little person, and then the, like, oh, there's Laura, and everything we say is inverted, and, you know, and you're like...
I believe a UFO flies behind the curtain at one point.
Does it? Okay.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm like, there's the Lynch I've been waiting on. Okay. You know. And I'm like, yeah, that's proper weird. That's... I don't know what to make of any of that, but I don't suppose I'm supposed to. So, like, I just sit back and be like, all right, wherever we're going. And then the credits is just like him still dancing. Mm-hmm. You know? And I'm like, I bet you somewhere, for some reason, someone has an analysis on exactly why it's important that this guy be exactly this. I bet you there is...
Oh, Woolie, they do, and it's 4.5 hours.
Yeah, okay. Right? I'm looking at this Red Room, and I'm like, I know there is a Pyramid Head level breakdown of everything and the symbolism and why it was chosen. But I don't know what to do with this information, so here we are. Let's just lean in and let's up that Inland Empire stat and that conceptualization stat, and just whatever you got for me, David. You know, and then you know, as you start to see the moments where like it's things are getting a little bit more confusing because, all right, we know who the players are and we know who's likely the perpetrator and who killed Laura Palmer. We're starting to shape up and put together like the bad agents, and there's even those little directorial moments of just like, you know, the autopsy doctor who's
Albert
Donner's father, yeah.
Oh yeah.
Who's like he's like, I delivered Laura, you know, and he's just so heartbroken. He's like, who could have done this? And then it cuts to the next scene, and Shelley's like, Leo, are you there? You know, and it's like, oh, I see what you did there, right? Little funny old editing trick. But it starts to get a little more convoluted because, like, as that gets involved, and then, you know, Audrey's father, Mr.
Ben Horn,
Mr. Horn, exactly.
I love the Horn brothers.
I'm like, oh, you walked out. You were a character that was talking to Patrick Bateman right before the movie started.
Yes.
And then you came up here to Twin Peaks, and the story resumed. You know, he had a conversation about business cards with Patrick Bateman at some point. You can feel it.
It's the conversation where his brother brings back buttered brie rolls from France.
Yeah.
And they immediately just stop everything they're talking about and just rave about these brie rolls for like 2 minutes.
And then who they used to hang out with as kids and just ignore the family. And he's just like, well, it's been swell. And then leaves.
Their conversation barely makes sense at all. Because at one point they're just like, you know what this roll reminds me of? Old Sarah Wilson. And
exactly.
they're like, old Sarah Wilson.
Yeah.
And it's you're so on the outside of what is happening.
Right, exactly, you know? And then they just go down to the brothel and, you know...
One-eyed Jacks.
Yeah, and also, right, you get to establish these characters because it's like, hey, did you know that, like... it's like, yo, what happened with that deal? And it's like, yeah, well, it was going well, and then, you know, Leland's daughter got murdered, and then Audrey messed the whole thing up or whatever. And they just kind of gloss over, and they're like, oh, god damn it, we had them by the horns. Did you say Leland's daughter got murdered? Yeah. Anyway, how about we go to One Eye Jack's? And you're like, okay, got it. Right. That's that's where you're at, you know? Josie Packard is really interesting. Because I'm like, you're almost like the protagonist of a different story that's happening here.
Yeah, so there's like a different camera shot for this entire show that we're not seeing.
And it's her as the widower of this, you know, mill owner, and like her being like kind of like I guess kind of being pushed out by the family and the sister of her husband, you know, but then there's sketchy details about like the nature of what exactly happened there, you know. But we're following her, and she happens to be in a relationship, of course, with Truman. So everything, that corkboard, you could just tie all the strings. It just keeps
going. But then she also has connections to the weird dice prisoner.
Yeah.
Or the dominant, and he's a weird one. I feel like that guy isn't imposing enough for the part they want him to play, and so at some point they give him a leather jacket with a popped collar.
Which, that's again the knife in the hands. I mean, you know, 90s danger. But Hank, he comes back from jail, who's married to the Norma, who was cheating on him with Ed, but Hank is also kind of like, I'm not really trying to he's like, I know I did bad in this relationship, you know, but then there's more to it, obviously, about the sketchy nature of how exactly Josie's husband passed away and what the time he did was for, you know. I need to just give a shout out as we're talking to Bob's dad, the military general, Major Briggs.
Major Briggs is like my favorite character in this show.
Son, I understand that there are times in a young man's life when rebellion is what is in his heart, and I understand that it's not necessarily the right time to speak to me, but when you want to, I will be here to commence with a parlance, and hopefully we can achieve something great, and you can become a better man for it.
I don't know if it's in season 1. There is an exchange between Major Briggs and Bobby where Major Briggs tells Bobby about a dream he had about Bobby's future.
No, I don't think so.
I think it comes early in season 2. And that character is so silly. That speech is one of the most beautiful things I've ever heard.
Okay.
It like Woolie, like it makes me tear up watching it. It's like so fucking hopeful and sad and just amazing. It's so good.
Okay. Yeah. You know, well, I guess we'll see. But the wrinkles start forming where you get introduced to Jacques, one of the drug runners, and then you see a one-armed man, and then I'm like, oh, it's that Jim Carrey joke. No, it wasn't me. It was the one-armed man. I'm like, oh yeah, I've heard about that. I remember that gag that I didn't get at the time. And you know, by the end, you just have this picture painted of Lawyer Palmer, which is like, okay, so it sounds like, you know, on the surface to her there's like 5 layers at least deep of her, where there's the like her parents was like loved her and she was just their darling daughter, and then she was dating the quarterback, you know, and that was what they were up to, and they were in a relationship, and that's what everyone saw in the town. But truly, she was secretly in love with the biker, and they would go spend time together on the mountains and film, and they looked in the reflection of the eye to see the bike to get the detail. And but then underneath that, even then, she wasn't satisfied enough. So then she was secretly sending her tapes in to get therapy from Dr. Jacoby. And he's just a complete wacko David Lynch character, you know, as well.
But then under that,
you've got, you know, just these, well, there's her coke habit, and then her kind of being like, oh, I think I kind of want to die. And then, then the whole bit with Leo, and then like them, and then he grabs the other girl that she works with from the perfume department of that Audrey's dad owns, and then they get recruited to work at the brothel, maybe, you know? So then you're like, underneath that, there's this like nightlife thing where she might have been recruited this way.
Woolie, there's about 2 or 3 more layers that you are not experiencing yet. So with David Lynch, like, he never wanted to reveal who killed Laura Palmer.
Okay.
Because to him, that's not what the series was about.
Of course not. Right. Yeah. And you know, like, but you're airing this on television. You madman, you have to answer this question, you know? But it's quite clear that, like, with all these layers, then all of those layers occur one after the other on the night of her death. And that all makes it impossible to unravel, because from the moment she's at home with her parents, each thing she does is like just another one of those layer cake reveals, you know, until I guess ultimately there's whatever the others will be. But as far as
like there is a final reveal, and I think it's great.
Okay.
I think it's really good. It's definitely like, you know, I like Twin Peaks a lot. I've watched this show multiple times. I understand about as much as I need to understand to fully appreciate what the reveal of this thing was. But what I would say is, even if I didn't, to me, Twin Peaks, like, it is the atmosphere, it's the music, it's the way it's shot. Like, I love the music of this show so much. It's so haunting and strange, and it nearly kind of doesn't fit sometimes. Like, everything has this weird drone, like,
yeah. I mean, there's 2 songs, right? There's the theme of peace and the theme of action, you know, intrigue and love. You know, it just kind of like it just kind of goes through those 2 throughout the entire thing. And yeah, they absolutely set a vibe. And I will say that, like, at best, especially when, like, knowing how important those vibes are, it, like, there's a comfort to, you know, when you kind of kick back and you're like, okay, establishing shot, we're going back to the diner, you know, okay, what are these characters up to?
Yeah, and this is absolutely such a massive comfort for me.
It's a cozy watch, for sure. Yeah. It's a cozy watch. I think that, like, yeah, you know, I mean, but ultimately by the end of that season, you have your cliffhanger of, like, okay, we think we know, because we are following at the very least, at the very least, Leo and Jacques are a bunch of scumbag pieces of shit, right? So whatever happened up in that red room, they're terrible people that deserve justice regardless. And we don't get the specifics, but we get enough to know that they need to be brought to justice. And then, you know, there's Catherine and Shelley are trapped inside the burning building because Leo kind of created a little, you know, Batman villain. I'm going to give you an hour to think about what you've done before you die setup, you know. And we kind of end on that cliffhanger. So I guess it's like, yeah, well, you're going to have to tune in next time. And, you know, this is I mean, hearing about the, you know, shows like Dallas and, you know, Who Shot JR and all that. It's one of those kind of classic moments of, like, right, we're going to have to just tune into the next season, which I can see has, like, way more episodes right off the jump, you know?
Yeah, and I will say they are not all winners.
Okay. I do like that this is a tight 8. I appreciate a tight 8, you know?
Yeah, and it's a very enjoyable season of television, I think.
So I guess, yeah, overall, I think it was like, it's cozy. It's a fun little watch. And, you know, there's, the vibes are really the crucial part to understand about the whole thing. I think it kind of struck me in such a way where, just on the content of what's happening, like, for example, like, who did the murder? You're not necessarily going to get a satisfying answer to that right now, you know?
No.
And, like, how, like, the detective work is going and the actual, like, cop part of it, you know, it's not like, I'm not going to watch this and expect, like, The Wire, you know what I mean? Like, it's not scratching that itch or anything at all. It's just really weird and quirky. But the vibes are strong. And I do feel that, like, that comfort I'm describing, at its best, makes me feel a similar way to the comfort I felt watching my favorite old TV show, The Wonder Years.
I love The Wonder Years.
The Wonder Years is literally my favorite old TV show. It makes me just warm inside the whole time I'm watching it. I just have, it transports me right back, and I'm just, everything. And I got that from this.
Wow, okay.
With the town, and with them again, the theme, the music, the scenes unfold, and just a lot of that, just kind of really, it had that type of weird, cozy kind of energy to it, which is, I expected a lot more of the Mulholland Drive Lynch, and it seems like that was not as much what was going on.
I mean, that depends in what parts of Twin Peaks you look. Like, if you watch the Twin Peak feature movie Fire Walk with Me,
yes,
that is Lynch being his most aggressive. Like, that is a movie that hates its audience.
Interesting.
And then parts of season 2 are fucking just bizarre. And then season 3, The Return, which takes place 25 years later, there's entire episodes of that are just the most unrestrained, raw David Lynch shit possible.
Okay. I feel he's like almost a Kojima-esque auteur, where as time goes on, he becomes more and more a caricature of himself and leans into the things that are his defining traits, and doesn't have to make excuses for them because, motherfucker, I'm David Lynch.
Yep. I remember once I heard a story about a guy who was he was at a party with David Lynch, and he was kind of scared to talk to him all night, and then right at the end he goes, "Hey David, listen, I gotta go, but I just want to say I watched Twin Peaks when I was like 8 and it really traumatized me." And David Lynch just goes, "Good."
On the way out.
Yep.
Perfect. Oh my God, that's who that dude is. Okay, understood.
That's who that dude is.
Understood. Yep. Yeah, and so I think it was okay. I thought it was. I thought it was all right. It at the very least, based on the first season, I will say that it didn't the question as to how beloved it is and why is still in the air for me.
Okay, so I'm gonna say, Woolie, if you don't have it now, I would be doubtful that will make sense to you in time.
Okay.
Because to me, this show, I was just immediately in.
Okay.
I just was just I love this. I love this. I want to be here forever. And that is something that I still have trouble expressing as to why. And the answer is vibes. The answer it's the feel of it.
Yeah.
That is what I love.
That's the strongest part of the show by far.
And I'm in love with all the characters, not necessarily where their stories go. It's it's not the plot that I really care about. I like the eventual reveal of what's happening, but I'm not oh, this incredible journey that Hawk goes on,
Mm-hmm. And
although it does get there in the third season with some and this is what that character became.
Mm-hmm. Okay. And I do definitely, as someone who fucking loves me some Disco Elysium, for example, I love when that high conceptualization journey goes somewhere, and then the ayahuasca takes you to some kind of wild truths, and then at the end of that is some kind of wild sobering thought, or a realization or something. There's a journey there that I'm definitely always
there is
down to lean into.
Unquestionably a Dale Cooper build in Disco Elysium.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Is a possibility. No. I know, and I'm down for the peyote trip if need be. But ultimately, I guess I think about as well how the vibes were the main thing about then probably Deadly Premonition too.
Yes.
And bringing those vibes back, and like, I guess I was asking the wrong questions at the time because I was like, I don't get it. And what was there of the vibes, I was kind of like, it just wasn't for me. I didn't really enjoy much of what I got from that. From Deadly Premonition, that is to say. And I've said this before. In this case, in a much more pure and distilled form, I can see what we're leaning into, and that makes sense. But yeah, I guess it's just like, it still ultimately is like, okay, that's cool. And that's kind of how I feel about it.
I mean, look, I get it. Like, to me, I think with stuff like this, I'm never going to be the person arguing that, like, oh, you didn't get it. I always remember, maybe I've talked about this before, I always remember there was this guy I used to work with, he was a filmmaker, and I, that weekend, had watched the movie Don't Mess with the Zohan.
Okay.
And so I remember he was like fixing a rig or something, and he was like down, he was kind of like, he wasn't looking at me, and he was like, he mentioned the Sohan, and I was like, oh, actually, you just saw that movie at the weekend. And without looking at me, he just goes, did you get it? And immediately, isn't that a kind of shitty thing to do? Because it's like,
on the defensive from frame one.
You either like it or you're an asshole, or you're an idiot.
No,
like,
in between.
And I remember just thinking, like, wow, what a deeply manipulative conversation I'm having, and so, like, yeah, it's, I did not present Twin Peaks thinking that it was going to be 100% your thing. I kind of suspected maybe it wouldn't be. I just really wanted to take this little walk with you.
Okay, fire walk even. But yeah, I think that, I mean, that's that framing is insane, because imagine liking something but also having to be at that point where the first thing you say is, did you get it? You're on the defensive from immediately.
I mean, like, to be honest with you, I feel like I see that exact argument play out every day in any discussion of media.
Yeah.
Like, oh, it's not that you didn't like it, you didn't get it.
Oh, I have one. I mean, I know, again, as I'm talking to, I know, like, the eyeballs in the room, you know what I mean? And I'm feeling them on the back of my neck. I mean, I have a take like that I drop from time to time that, like, definitely gets people riled up and stuff. But I've had one of those moments. I'll say it. I really also didn't enjoy The Big Lebowski. I think that was an overrated experience. I was like, I don't like this. I don't care. It was, okay, it didn't hit at all for me.
I like The Big Lebowski. I wouldn't say like, I do like it quite a lot. But what I would say is, like, I always bristle a little bit at when someone says something's overrated.
Okay.
I think, and like, I get you. I know what you're getting at. But to me, it's like, I hate it when someone says that's overrated, because it kind of just means I didn't like this, and so other people must not like it as much as they think they did.
You are correct. That is a disingenuous thing that people can say from time to time. And let me take that back. I didn't enjoy it when I watched it, and the rest of my life was spent with people getting mad at me for that, and then having to kind of interrogate why. And ultimately, I was like, I wish I liked it more when I saw it, but I'm not going to lie, And that's kind of what it has been for me. But there's funny bits. I mean, the Jesus and the weirdness of the, and the pointing the gun and the, all those.
Yeah, it's good. It's good.
Anyway, but yeah, so that's kind of the deal here. And but I can say that, like, knowing that it's just about the vibes and the rest of it doesn't matter makes it make a lot more sense, Yeah,
and, like, I wouldn't say it doesn't matter. I will say, if you're not in the boat at this point, I have serious doubts about anything else dragging you in.
Okay. There is,
because, like, I think we both get a lot of this, Woolie. When someone's like, okay, you only watched ReZero once, so the second time you watch it, you'll be able to appreciate, everything it's doing. It's like, motherfucker, I am never watching this again. That was garbage to me.
However, at the same time, sometimes a second season can really go fucking nuts, can't it?
It sure can.
So, sometimes you're going, oh, that first season was pretty cool, I guess. That was all right. Yeah, I had fun with that. And then a second season goes nuts. So it's not impossible that things can really just build up. Oh, Twin Peaks, the Red Room incident.
I don't know. As far as I know, in Twin Peaks season 2, and I could be wrong here, I don't think anyone releases their malevolent shrine domain.
Okay. Fuga doesn't happen at any point. No, okay.
I don't think so.
Open? No. All right. Cool. All right.
I'll check the wiki after, but yeah, no, I think there's a decisive lack of all those things.
Understood. Well, I mean, I will say this: I'm still left with a burning desire to know what happens to these characters at the very least. You
will have the best of times. You will have the blurst of times.
Okay. Yeah.
Look, season 2 is weird. I love it. There's some straight up garbage in there, but I think it's a very valuable piece of media. Woolie, we got to rank.
Okay.
Twin Peaks.
Yeah, I did. So when I peeked in, I saw that I was like, okay, 22 episodes. I was like, I felt like I did when I saw Adventure Time double its episode count per season. I went, oh, okay, we're taking our time now, and that may or may not be a good thing, but most of the times I have trepidation over it. So, gotcha. Let's hit the Pantheon.
This is an interesting one.
Because, the Pantheon is a list that, ultimately, there's an invisible line where if there were values associated with this, there would be a 0, right? There'd be a terminal.
Yeah.
And the terminal line here is clearly, you go up above Silent Hill Ascension.
Yep.
You go up above Omicron.
Mm-hmm.
You go up above missing an FGC tournament.
That's the trash zone.
And then you hit 0. And so the question becomes, when you start at 0, how much more did you enjoy these positive experiences compared to the one you had? So lowest on that list is Cyber 6.
Mm-hmm.
And I would say that Cyber 6 is also about vibes.
Mm-hmm.
Because
what's the theme song to Cyber 6? There's a
time when the moon.
Yeah, let's keep that at 11.
Its face in the in the clouds.
Let's move on. Yep.
But the moment to moment episodes and stuff have a lot of goofy, silly things, and the music, as you pointed, in the show, in the episodes, was But the music outside of that was.
I mean, Cyber 6 has some great shit going on.
But ultimately, you're like, look at this animation, look at these vibes. So I feel like they're it's similar in that sense, right? So I can put it above that. I enjoyed the quirky town a bit more than that. Police Knots is a curiosity. That is it is interesting in that it is a peek into the early work of a mind that we know goes crazy down the line. Yeah. And
I would not say, Police Knots is so interesting because there's so many cool things about it that never quite lock together into something completely coherent. You know what I mean?
But looking at it as the early work of someone that you know what they do later, it's interesting for that result, right? Mm-hmm. And that's kind of what that's why I recommended it, And similarly, this is an early work of a mind that we know goes nuts down the line. So it's actually similar to that too, in a way. You're peaking at one of the starting points here. Well, I mean, David Lynch has a very storied career, but all this to say that what I saw here was aside from him that I didn't see in the other stuff I've seen, and similar to Police Knots. So I would even say that it comes in above that for me as well. I think the vibes are at their strongest, when I say they remind me of the Wonder Years, that's an extremely
Sure.
high compliment. I
Okay.
feel great about that.
Now we start getting into the contenders. We're at number 9 right now, which is Fear and Hunger.
I think the experience I had with Fear and Hunger was a brutal one that
Self-inflicted.
and that had, some conditions that were, they affected things to some degree.
Encouraging, I would describe the conditions.
But
as.
nonetheless, I was able
we don't have to get into
discover an experience and see what they were going for.
Yeah.
And what was set out to what these games set out to do is pretty unique in its brutality, and it's very different, and it does a lot of interesting things that I respect, and that's why it landed at this spot. I think the stuff that it set out to do was perhaps, to me, like, it landed a bit stronger than everything else with Twin Peaks.
Okay.
And so I think for me, it kind of lands right about here. There's also no accounting for taste, of which I'm sure I'll take my lumps. But the first season of Twin Peaks, I feel the vibes are immaculate, but there's more than vibes going on, and the rest I felt was like good. So I think it kind of stops here.
Twin Peaks is our new number 10, landing itself between Fear and Hunger and Police Knots. It's the kind of thing where my old personal list, Twin Peaks is going to come way higher, but I think this is an average list. This is a compromise. I'm kind of happy enough with it there. Woolie, look at you thinking something.
No. The charm,
Okay.
The charm at its strongest is higher.
Okay.
The charm is higher. It's higher. It's above Fear and Hunger.
So then the question becomes Twin Peaks versus Hunter x Hunter.
I don't think so. I don't.
That's the vibe I get from you. I think, yeah.
I think I'm like, let me just be real honest inside right now. I think it stops here. Yeah.
So Twin Peaks is our number 9, between Fear and Hunger and Hunter x Hunter. Congratulations, Twin Peaks.
Okay. All right. So, in Twin Peaks, that bird really gets shot.
Boy, does it.
Poor Waldo. But sometimes dead birds can be delicious.
Okay, I was like, I know this is a segue. What way are we going? Wow, Woolie, Jesus.
Thank you.
So, Woolie, my challenge last podcast was to go track down some delicious Caribbean food.
Yeah. The hopes was that if you could find a place that had oxtail, jerk chicken, roti, patties, ginger beer, or sorrel, that'd be great. And,
and this came on the heels of the revelation that we are basically blood related.
Tongue in cheek. Yes. All right. But yeah, no, I wanted you to have a little out of the box experience, and
yeah,
I wanted to mix things up on the recommendation list a little bit and throw a fun one in there.
You wanted to throw a curveball. I get it.
Yeah.
And so immediately, like, we both started looking around for restaurants, and immediately learned that in Ireland, soul food, at least the specific type we're talking about, not a lot of options.
Yeah, I did notice there were a couple of places that had like African cuisine, and some happened to have a bit of like mainly one focus with a bit of West Indian or so. And then others were like, well, if you go up to Galway or, take a trip down to Cork, you might get some other options. But like the choices were, not a ton. And I kind of expected that as much. But the hope was that the one or two that did exist would be able to make this work, was the hope.
Yeah. And we eventually narrowed it down to one in Dublin because there was another that recently closed down. This is a big problem in Dublin. There's basically this huge closure of restaurants like all over the place.
Yeah. I saw that looking at the Google Maps. It's like, okay, this was open not long ago, but yeah.
Yeah. But eventually we tracked one down called Ruby Tuesdays, I believe.
Yeah. And the funny thing,
let me double check
it is
that.
it is Ruby Tuesdays. That's the one that
Okay.
I kind of was like star. I put a little note there.
So what Ruby Tuesdays is Ruby Tuesdays is a very pleasant woman working inside, serving Caribbean food inside the most old man of old man pubs.
Oh, is that what it is?
That is what it is. This is the kind of place I stepped in there and four old dudes looked at me with my anime t-shirt and my dyed hair, and I was immediately like, okay, that's what we're dealing with
inside of a different pub. It's a kitchen.
Yep.
That explains a little bit more. We should clarify. So just for our American listening friends, Ruby Tuesdays is also a burger joint in America that serves steaks and seafood. This is not that.
This is definitely not that. This is run by a woman called Ruby.
Okay. Yes. So not the American chain.
So Ruby, me and Michelle go there, and Ruby comes over to us, and she kind of puts down the menu, and then she's immediately like, we're out of patties, we're out of oxtail, we're out of goat. And I was like, okay.
John, okay, no, you have to understand, because so look, a part of this is, of course, was also like, it'd be nice to like, let the kids go out and have a fun little date or two, and get to try some of the stuff out. So
I understand you're trying to save my marriage. I appreciate it.
It'd be fun to make that a part of things. But there is nothing more West Indian than just, walking up to the counter and be like, can I get, give me 2 curry goat? And then like the guy behind the counter just be like, can I get some oxtail? You got jerk chicken. Okay. Yeah?
And that's what I had. I had jerk chicken.
And it's the most that's the experience then. Fine. Yeah, that's great.
Like, okay.
That is absolutely cool. It. That has happened to all of us.
No rice and beans. I got jerk chicken or get the fuck out.
Oh my god. All right. Yep.
And
Caribbean.
So I order myself a big plate of jerk chicken. And so, I'm looking around and I'm immediately noticing that it's just Ruby here. And not long after we arrive, a crowd of about 20 Dublin dudes walk in and begin watching the match on the big screen.
Okay.
And I'm looking at these dudes and I'm like, oh, this could be a problem, because they're a specific kind of Dublin guy that gets very aggressive when drinking and watching football. And I'm like, okay, this is what we're doing. Oh, jerk chicken isn't all Ruby has. She also has some plantains.
Plantain, fried plantain. Yes,
Fried plantain. Yep. And so eventually that comes out, and I'm kind of like, I'm looking at my food, and I'm kind of side eyeing this group of lads, and I'm like, and I'm kind of looking at Michelle, and I'm like, this is not the romantic meal I promised her. So they're getting very loud, and then the food arrives, and I am very curious about plantains, because plantains are been very banana-like, and so what you're eating is like a kind of sliced fried banana. Would you say that's fair?
Yeah. That's the simplest way to explain it.
And I never would have thought of that outside of a dessert, but it comes with a little like kind of dip, and let me tell you, it's pretty fucking good.
It's sweet. It tastes really sweet, but
the dip we had it with was kind of tangy.
Ah, okay. I don't usually.
And it was like,
yeah, okay.
It was kind of interesting.
So, the thing with that is that like what often happens is you'll get on a plate you'll get your protein, one of those meats I described, an oxtail or jerk chicken. You get some rice and peas as your carb, and then you get this kind of sweet plantain as well on the side, and like that little trifecta kind of goes together to create a kind of like steak, mashed potatoes, and green beans, like that kind of thing.
Yeah.
It's like a trio, and it's and it just all kind of hits coming together in that way. But I'm glad she had some plantain as well. It's funny because before this there's a question I was wondering if I should ask, and I didn't ask, but I'm like was wondering, John, how are you with spicy food?
Good.
Okay.
I can handle my spice.
Okay.
And I quite like spice. I like to feel a little uncomfortable at all times, and spicy food helps me achieve that.
I see. So the fear and hunger mentality applies to food as well.
Look, all I'm saying is there's been some interesting studies about spicy foods, and look, it doesn't matter. We're not getting into it.
Okay, you need Dokapon in the kitchen too. Yeah, okay, I get it. I see what's going on. I should have been able to predict that. That's great.
I'm a big fan of spice. Have actively fucked up my stomach a couple of times from eating too much spicy food.
Okay, well then, hey, welcome to the club. Yeah, glad to. I mean, look, as somebody who, when Hot Pepper Gaming was like, "Yo, do you want to do an episode?" and I was like, "Sure," and I chose a ghost pepper, which I didn't need to do, but I did. I can approve and appreciate where you're coming from.
Okay, what's a ghost pepper doing to you? Is it fucking you up?
A Bujalokia ghost pepper is the hottest natural grown pepper by capsaicin.
Woolie. Don't you explain to me what a Bujalokia pepper is, okay?
For our listeners for the uninitiated, once upon a time it was the hottest pepper that you could grow naturally. Well, it still is, but then they made lab-made peppers to go further than that. Your reapers and such. But yeah, you're hitting your 2 million Scoville range or so. What it's doing to you is within about a minute, the gurgles, and then the absolute regret burn.
So you're not someone who could just tank one of these.
Oh, I mean, I did one. That's what I took one for the challenge, and
yeah, but it's messing you up, because that's where I am as well. Like there's a superior entity, Woolie, that can eat one of them and tank it.
Yes,
I am not that.
No tanking here. Immediate regret, and then as I tell the story, you feel it in your body the entire time it's there, and you know where it is at all times. I went to sleep literally leaning on one side and felt it on the left, and then I rotated and felt it on the right. And until it exits your body, you know exactly where it is. My term is you taste it twice.
Accurate. Anyway, so then we get to the jerk chicken, and I did not know what to expect of the flavor of this, and so I bite into it, and it's more savory than I thought it would be. there's a kind of salty sharpness to jerk chicken. And the chicken is very well cooked. And I'm eating it. And I'm like, it's pretty good. I like it.
Right on. Right on.
Yeah.
The hope is, of course, that, you know, the places that there's some places, you know, are the authenticity will vary, and, you know, you'll get the different amounts of like recommended places that are, you go out of your way to get a really good, you know, plate over here. Yeah, for example, Montreal used to have some pretty pretty decent West Indian food, but a lot of that left and went to Toronto, and so now that's where you'd have to go to get a decent fix. So knowing that, I know that like with limited options, there's always the possibility that you might land on something that's like, all right, this is going to be okay prepared, you know? But overall, savory, spicy, that's kind of what's going on there.
Yeah.
You know?
I would say I was not blown away.
Okay.
Woolie. But I would also say I didn't get my decent fix. I wanted to know. And so I'm leaving Ruby Tuesdays. And I say, hey, Ruby, food was really good, which it was. If I come back here in a couple of days, what are the chances of you having some patties, of some curry goat, and some oxtail stew? Woolie, I dined last night.
Hey!
On some delicious... Okay,
yeah, she hooked it up. Let's go.
She hooked it up.
Hey,
and she was really cool about it. Really, really, you know, she was great.
John, mad respect for like taking the assignment and going with it. I really appreciate that. That's cool.
Listen, I will never have someone accuse me of not taking things far enough on this podcast.
Awesome. That's great.
And look, so what I would say about the jerk chicken, I liked it. I have had a lot of chicken wings in my day. And the jerk chicken, it was good. It was like a good variant on chicken wings. It wasn't, you know, something that maybe I hadn't tasted before. And I wanted to complete this assignment.
Okay.
So I go back last night, and it's way quieter. And I go with Brian. And I'm going to have footage for all this food, by the way. And so I order a plate of patties. I order my oxtail stew.
Let's go.
And I order my curry goat. And fucking dude, the curry goat, more like curry greatest of all time.
Oh, let's
it
go.
Was amazing.
Yes.
This was like some of the tenderest meat I had ever fucking eaten. It was like literally like you pick up the bone, you shake it a little bit, and it falls. Oh, was so good.
When you talk about oxtail or curry goat, I want to hear about the bone and the state of the meat falling off of it. That's what I want to hear.
So tender. It like someone had already chewed it before it got into my mouth.
Yeah.
And that's a compliment.
Let's go.
The patties were so fucking good. A little bit spicy, but like spicy in a way that I certainly appreciate.
They come in mild or spicy, you know, generally. There's a couple of ways to play it. But like overall, if they're fresh, if they're nice and hot, you get a flaky crust. You get a nice combination of ground beef, you know?
And this was all those things. It kind of reminds me of like a Cornish pasty, but like a little different. But I bit into that, and
that was a bunch of words. I'm sorry. Hold on. Let me just Cornish pasty. Oh, okay. Yeah. Okay, I see that. That
Cornish pasties tend to be like a little fatter, I guess.
This is so up here. My reference point would be like an empanada.
Okay.
That's
we could be talking about the same thing.
Yeah, I see what you're talking about here, but yeah, similar. Mm-hmm.
But literally, like, you know, I am taking like this meat, both from the oxtail and the curry goat, is hitting my mouth and fucking flavor explosions. Yeah. And this is what I wanted, because this I've never really tasted anything like.
Okay.
And it's so tender and it's so good. And then you got the rice and beans on the side. And they're like kidney beans, which I was not expecting. Mm-hmm. But they're kind of like, there's kind of this like coconutty flavor off it.
Oh, she
And
went
it
in.
is, I think so, yeah.
Oh.
And it is so good. And it's like it's like this very mellow, nearly like vanilla-y taste.
Okay.
And that paired with like the kind of spicy tang of the curry goat.
So what?
Oh, dude.
Okay.
It was so good.
Okay, that's
now listen.
Ruby went in
What?
because usually, so what you kind of get when you're doing some rice and peas is that there'll be like a broth that you're gonna kind of like set up for flavor that you're gonna cook things in, and then with the peas as well, and you set it up in a way that the flavors kind of unlock. But if she ended up throwing in some coconut in there and a little bit of like and like
there was definitely like, I don't know if it was coconut specifically. It was just a flavor I picked up on.
Okay.
So possibly.
And sometimes with a soup base, they'll work in a soup base with it too. And like, it really makes the rice pop and come alive. Yeah.
And then like at the end, I'm all out of meat. So I'm spooning some of the sauce onto the rice and beans or rice and peas. Dude, it was great. It was such a good meal.
Hell
and what I would
yeah.
say to people, Ruby Tuesdays, Ruby runs this kitchen like by herself. She is working very hard. I would really, really appreciate it if some of the Versus Wolves faithful could make it out that way and try this restaurant. It's basically like it's kind of between Terenure and Kimmich. So if you are a Versus Wolves fan and you live in either of those places, this is not optional. You must go to Ruby Tuesdays.
Let's go.
And the jerk chicken's good. I would say order a side of jerk chicken wings. You must order either the curry goat or the oxtail soup, and I would really recommend some of the pasties with that. Fucking so good. So I want to thank Ruby, lovely woman. Thank you for accommodating the Versus Rules podcast. I really appreciate that. I did maybe drop the fact that we were a podcast.
Yeah. I was gonna say, did you let her know what was going on? And
I let her know, and
okay.
I think I could kind of see her be a bit like, I didn't know a fucking influencer was going, that kind of way.
Oh, yeah. Okay. But so then, so it's safe to say then, if you head on over there, let them know we sent you.
Let them know Versus will sent you. This Ruby Tuesdays, along with the Good Guys Club, has the Versus Wolf seal of approval.
There you go. Ask for 2 curry goat and a plate of oxtail. You see,
that's yep. That's it. I'm not even going to attempt it, but yes, that is it.
Curry goat. You have to stretch out the O. You see.
Woolie, I'll be cancelled. I cannot. There's only so much you can protect me from.
I'll tell you one thing, man. If you go to lunch, or if you're in elementary school and you get your lunch bag, and you open it up and you've got a patty in there, alongside your little Dunkaroos treat and little juice box, that's a good day.
Oh, you're living like a king, my friend.
A beef patty is a perfect lunch item. It's not too much, it's not too little, and it's like, yeah, man. And you can, and like, and the thing is too, is like, it's not bad on the reheat, but when you get them fresh out the oven and the crisp of the tender flakes.
And that is what this was.
Perfection. There you go. Well, I hope everyone has been now made ridiculously hungry by this segment. Mission accomplished.
Yeah, our first food review on Versus Wolves. Okay, so here it is.
Welcome.
I refuse to even entertain the idea that Caribbean food would enter the trash portion of this list. It's better than Silent Hill Ascension. It's better than Omicron. It's better than missing a fighting game tournament. Is Caribbean food better than Cyber 6? Woolie, we must take this task seriously. The people come to us for answers.
Well,
I'm gonna say it is. I'm gonna say it beats Cyber 6.
The notes hit. They hit. Yeah. You see, like,
is Caribbean food better than the efforts of video game auteur Hideo Kojima and his revolutionary Police Knots video game?
I mean, I'll tell you right now that, like, my childhood was shaped more by this food than it was by Kojima But that's just me. You tell me where you're at.
I would agree. I am. I'm. Look, I'm gonna get more Caribbean food. I'm not fucking playing police knots again.
Okay, all right. We got a repeat experience. New game plus.
Well, my dream, Woolie, is that we can track some down ourselves someday.
That would be nice.
In a thematically resonant battle, is Caribbean food better than fear and hunger? Look, here's what it is with Fear and Hunger. I love Fear and Hunger. I think it's an amazing video game. I think it's incredible. We have to take into account that you did not have a great time with it. And that being the case, I do think Caribbean food beats Fear and Hunger.
Based on your metrics too, though. However you feel about this is honestly where we're going.
I think in averaging out our general feelings on both, I think I'm okay with putting Caribbean food higher.
Okay.
Which means, is Caribbean food better than David Lynch's masterpiece, Twin Peaks?
Is Laura Palmer's body
Oh, I mean,
on one hand wrapped in plastic, and then on the other side of the scale, a nice little takeaway tray, and there's steam coming out, and the oxtail, you put the gravy.
I think it's very difficult for me to put a meal that I've had only 2 dishes of ahead of the sumptuous palate of Twin Peaks, which I have devoured again and again and again. And I'm going to say it doesn't beat Twin Peaks. I am open to negotiation.
I say that's fair. I think some people just really love a slice of cherry pie and a good cup of coffee.
I mean, no argument there. Congratulations to our new number 10, Caribbean food.
This list, yeah, all right, yeah.
Woolie, I'm beginning to worry that perhaps the entire premise of this podcast doesn't make sense.
There might have been some flaws that were oversights, but we're rolling, and we just have to fix it without the engine stopping.
Yep. That's what's the most important thing here.
Whew, man. Okay. Well, I really am glad you got to get back in and get that experience. And really...
Me too. That wouldn't have felt good coming here and talking about it without. And I'm so glad I did, because the second that curry goat hit my mouth, I was like,
and
I get it.
And here's the thing, right? I'm like, on the one hand, if you lived somewhere where it's like plethora of options, and then it'd be like, yo, this was the simplest fucking task. What are we doing, bro? but given the limitations, it was understandable that this might have been a failed venture from the outset. However, I have to imagine that Ruby, after you explained what things were, did you explain it the first time around or the second time?
I explained it at the end of the first time.
Okay, so there was a little bit of all right, let's try to get this together for him in a couple days' time.
Yeah, and it was funny because the people beside me, I just heard it go, no oxtail, no goat.
Oh, damn. Okay, you got the special treatment.
I might have done a little bit. I felt it important.
Well, if you ever spend holidays at a Jamaican household, that's what you might get, alongside some domino splatted on the fucking table as loud as possible.
What's domino?
Dominoes, playing the game, the actual game dominoes.
Oh, okay.
You
cool.
you know how they're used as little chips and pieces and things. There's an actual game you play,
Yeah. No, I've played dominoes before.
But have you?
I was a child in Ireland.
But if you did not yell it at the top of your voice as you slammed the piece down, you did not truly play dominoes. You know.
Understood. Okay.
So
okay. We will add another item to our repertoire of things we must do when we see each other.
John, I am happy to welcome you as you have discovered some of your culture.
Oh, good stuff. You know, there's a part of me, I know we've been doing this bit, there's a part of me every time we do it that I feel a little like...
All right.
You know?
Take it easy.
Yeah.
No, that's cool. That's really, really awesome, man. Hell yeah.
Yeah, no, it was great.
And you know, most importantly, I would say that like going up that list and just having that type of entry on it, you just keep them guessing. You never know what's around the corner.
Look, I always want our listeners approaching this podcast and just a little bit afraid, you know?
Whose cultural cuisine might be next?
Well, Woolie, I got some good news for you. I am never recommending Irish cultural cuisine.
Oh.
You deserve better than water, potato, and question mark meat.
I had mushy peas last time I was there, but that's more of a British thing, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, it is, Woolie, and we're not.
No.
We're not British.
No, but I was bringing it up to say...
What are you trying to say, buddy?
I was bringing it up to say that it was terrible. It was awful.
Yeah, no, mushy peas are bad. They're no good.
And we just kind of had to order them because they were on the list, and I'm like, I'll never be this close to them again. But they were a mistake.
No, mushy peas are dreadful.
Yep.
They are appalling.
There's a mini tier list of green paste foods, and I would say that guacamole is at the top, wasabi comes in second, and then mushy peas after a power gap.
Yep. Yeah. I would just insert some empty items just to push the fuckers down. Like, Jesus Christ. Anyway, Woolie, that was my Caribbean incidents.
You are my special order. I'll take the number one, actually.
Whoa! That was pretty good. So how about that Shibuya incident? It's so good. It's so good. It's so yo man, fucking malevolent shrine. What? Fushiguro, you crazy son of a bitch! You didn't subjugate that.
You son of, you know it. Oh my god, yo.
Whoa.
Wow.
Okay.
Wow.
So listen, look, I always had this feeling with Jujutsu Kaisen where I was always kind of looking down my nose a little bit at it, being like, what a typical shonen. It's what a rudimentary piece of anime we have here, isn't it?
Mm-hmm.
And
yep, a little bit.
it's you know, I was kind of watching it every year, and I actually spent quite a bit of time like languishing, kind of not in the like around the. It was a mid-carder of shonen, you know, like its sales were pretty good. It kind of the magazine pushed it like a reasonable amount. It was kind of okay.
So you were following as released,
not the story, the success of the series.
Okay.
Yeah.
Because I'm curious to know how the pace went from the start until Shibuya, you know?
So you can go back and look at one of my Shonen Jump videos where I think it's introduced. And I think I remember I could be totally wrong about this. I think I remember talking about it and being like, yeah, it seems cool. The monster designs are weird. Nothing super special happening.
Okay.
And... you know, I felt that I watched the anime and I enjoyed the anime. I thought the first season was... the first 12 episodes were like, yeah, this is an anime. You have happy protagonist. You have girl. You have Evil Snake Kun. Like Woolie, we got so much Evil Snake Kun fan
Evil Mascara Snake Kun.
Mascara Snake Kun
has so much fan art, it's incredible.
Okay, yeah, I think we even got some. I'm gonna link you. Fox, feel free to throw these up on screen.
Wow.
Okay, I'm gonna use the chat we have with Fox just so he can see these. So this one right here, just a really beautiful versus Wolves fan art, very accurate depiction of us. This one, so audio listeners, apologies about this.
That's awesome.
That's
so cool. I never seen that one. Holy shit, that's badass.
This one is, I think, called Drashin Fraganani. I'm afraid I don't know. We got this awesome fan comic.
Yeah. Nice. Exactly. That's great.
We got this beautiful piece of Mascara Kun fan art where I am Mascara Kun from Pop-Tart Kitty. We have another fan design from Shardik.
There's so much. And
we have yet another from Smash Brethren. And we got this evil Mascara Kun comic from Skillful Ferret. Very much appreciated. And then there's one more we got somewhere here as well.
Well, I love that, like, the overall, the gamut for anyone who's listening is just that, like, some of it ranges from, like, Mascara Snake Kun kind of just saying something a little bit dark and we're just being like, oh, classic Snake Kun. You know, and then in some cases it's like actually describing horrible human crimes and tortures. You know,
and we're still just like, Snake Kun.
You kidder. Someone get a load of this guy.
Last one from Plainclothes Hero.
Great. Yeah. That's it. The energy is understood.
Thank you so much to everyone for the Versus Wolves fan art. Send it on over to regular eyepatchwolf@gmail.com. And who knows, we might feature it on the show.
They understood the assignment. That's great. And so, yes, what you're describing of the season sounds like me. Because that's what it was, right?
Yeah. Yeah,
I'm like, that's okay. That's a shonen. It's pretty typical. I've seen a lot of these.
Yep.
And I've seen like, here's the setup to the power scale. Here's the sealed. Like, I pointed this out on my stream the other day, but I'm like, seals only exist in fiction to be broken. Yeah. That's literally the only point of ever using a seal. Like, if you need something dead, then it dies. But if a bad guy is sealed, it's literally just to stall for time until it pops.
So it's one of those things that, like, the longer you consume piece of media, the more you start to recognize, like, the patterns in that type. Do you know what a big one is for me? If you're ever watching, like, a live action drama or, like, a TV show, if two characters are having a conversation in a car, there's an 80% chance that they're going to crash that car. Because that's the only reason you stage a conversation in a car. And when you notice that pattern, it's fucking wild. And I find this, like, with shonen a lot. Like, I think they kind of, so the big one for me was always, like, My Hero Academia, where people were like, isn't this incredible? And, like, I was kind of like, it's another version of this.
Mm-hmm. I remember this conversation we had.
Yeah. And I think I like to think history has proven me right. I think, For me, I will say that I knew that it was a shonen. It was just, it was what the rest are. What I was enjoying was that this one's flavor was, hey guys, American comic books. And I was like, I like those. So I really appreciated the setup to homaging that particular topic. But it could have been other flavors. I am a true appreciator of the great nation of Nippon. Okay. And so to me, we were bringing impure influence.
And I thought that the Stained arc in particular was a
the Stained arc is great. The Stained arc is just great.
and it's a really strong, like, also, like, if we're talking about Western comics, now we're going to go into the Liefeldian era, we're going to go into the idea of, like, the Golden Age versus the Silver Age versus Image and stuff, and the same things that Kingdom Come touches on, and I felt like that was all fun. So but it was otherwise generic, absolutely.
Yeah, and like that's the thing. It's like I found myself having conversations a lot with people where, this is like my 40th shonen, and this is maybe their third, and they're not quite seeing the patterns I'm seeing. But here's the thing, right? This is all like a sliding timeline. You could say the same shit about Yu Yu Hakusho and stuff like that. Now,
sure.
I think Yu Yu Hakusho is really amazingly written, and I think the characters are fantastic in a way that maybe aren't in Hero Academia, but
but
like, everything's influenced by something, and it's what it does with it and what it turns it into that makes it special. Like, at this point, I pretty much give the first 5 episodes of any shonen a pass, because I'm like, okay, yep, take me through the tutorial so I can get to the actual story here.
Oh, you mean the 4-episode test?
Yep.
That I've infamously described as my my barometer for Hunter x Hunter 99 when I first watched it. Yeah. It's interesting though, because as you say that, I'm thinking exactly of how so for Punch Mom, this was the first like shonen she was watching that like we hadn't watched together or so, and so she was like experiencing a lot of this for the first time. And when we talked about it, she's like, I really enjoyed it, but I was nervous because I didn't know how much of what I was watching was kind of always the typical thing in this genre versus
interesting
what was just brand new to me, because it's all new to me, and I thought it was great, and I was like, wow, that really is like everyone's the Zelda that came out when you were a kid is the one you care about the most, when you think back on where you were for this first formative moment, are you or this enjoyment of a series or game, are you thinking about the thing exclusively, or are you also thinking about like where you were at in life and what was happening in your high school or elementary school, or where you were sitting while you were playing that on some summer day, while life was simple and innocent and nothing was wrong,
But and like the thing as well is like Punch Mom's experience with that is exactly as valid as ours. So
Absolutely.
It's not a case of like, oh, we just see through the Matrix. It's more we've just watched a lot of this stuff. And, in the same way that Yu Yu Hakusho was like a fucking just, and like Dragon Ball Z. Like Dragon Ball Z was like the first, huge one for me. If you want to count Pokemon, and it's anyway. But it's like, there's like, it's a matter of perspective. It's just, I think when people I got asked so much, why aren't you getting hyped about Hero Academia? It's like, it's got All Might, and he's like stronger than the protagonist, and he's really cool, and everyone looks up to him. And like, I'd look at All Might, and I'd kind of see like a worse Takamura.
Okay. Right, okay. It's interesting because I'm like, I don't see that, but I do identify that it's like, this character is a building block that holds the world together, right? They're less of a character and more of a force that establishes what all other power is in relative comparison to themselves. And that's the role you play. And if the process of seeing how the sausage was made ruined the sausage, I couldn't do this job.
No.
Right? I have to still be able to enjoy the sausage even though I see how it's made. So when I identify and I'm like, oh yeah, fingers are the power scale. Okay, cool. How many tails are we going with on the QB? Right? What kind of deals are we going to make with the power inside before it overtakes us? Or, the Bleach jokes I made or whatever, why is his Zanpakuto so much bigger than it should be? Like, I'm still like, I know that, and I kind of laugh when I see it, but it doesn't make it like any less enjoyable when it does what it's trying to do that is interesting. So that's why I always listen out for, I'm like, okay, what's the unique angle you've got here? What are you trying to do beyond the steps, And in the case of that first season, I really felt like that relationship he built up with his friend was like what I liked the most about that,
Yeah, that storyline really seemed to get you.
Yeah, I thought it was very sincere and nice touch. And Junpei, coming in there with the I liked it, And then, of course, I mentioned, like, I don't think an exam arc is an exam arc through and through.
Yep.
It's an example to introduce a bunch of characters that you're going to sell, later on, but pick your favorites. They all have different abilities. But hey, that Hanami fight with the Boogie Woogie sold a lot of, like, the choreography and possibility of the action.
That is when I started to really fall in love with the season. And, like, me and Michelle were watching it, and that's kind of the point that she was sort of like, huh. Like, that's when she started to get a bit more into it as well.
Yes. Someone mentioned, they're like, oh, like, don't forget about this part, which is like the final attack that they do on. So after the exam fight, they take out the brothers, and the final attack that they do together in sync to take them out is a really cool edited moment. The edit, like the way that moment is edited together with both of them looking like super intimidating, and like the girl being kind of being kind of anti Sakura is cool. Yeah. It is cool. Yeah. But that was still a not that big of a deal fight in the grand scheme of things. That was like, okay, well, now the season's done. But hey, there was some promise in what I just saw,
Is that what made? Because what made you decide to push into the second season?
Honestly, so like the Todo
is the fucking man.
Todo boogie woogieing all over Hanami with like that fight made me go, okay, I'd love to know where this is going, and Itadori.
Man, Todo's reappearance in the dude.
Yeah, we've been waiting, right? But like, and it was also because the way you set it up too was that you were like, okay, well, do this for now, and then one day we'll talk about the Shibuya incident, and like that one, like, okay, whatever I get here, just understand that this is going to be an appetizer for something else. Was what I was left with. And I was like, oh, if that Todo Itadori Hanami fight was an appetizer, I want to know, And I said, let me give it a bit and see how this goes. And of course, like, Gojo is a cool enough character, and this stuff's interesting about him as the All Might of the world, All Might Kakashi, But like, getting a little bit more of his story and the interaction between him and Geto and them as younger kids was like, oh my, I love a good flashback. I'm down for a Kakashi Gaiden. I'm down for All Might versus all for one versus one for all. Like I want to see what the backbone of this universe is built on, and so that kind of led me in. But like, I really kept talking about it, and I'm gonna say it again. The fucking intro specials.
So good. So I went back.
Yeah, go ahead.
I went back and watched a bunch of these episodes because I just wanted to refamiliarize myself with them. And the moment you are my just
the beat, and then
all of a sudden I am fucking back in the Shibuya incident.
So I really liked those first 5 episodes, and I was questioning. I was like, oh wow, look at that! The visuals got a lot better. Again, there's a CG element to that, like first kind of hallway episode of the
those are such a beautifully done couple of episodes. The hidden inventory arc.
Hidden inventory, right? And then you get, and then the dad, right? The Zenin dad, shit. Names are all over the place, but
so okay, I want to add a little program note here. So listen, Jujutsu Kaisen names are hard, because there's like 40 different people and they're all 2-syllable names, and it's difficult. I saw some people being like,
we can leave it. We can simply, there's the most important character's name is Gojo, and one of the most important villains' names is Jogo.
Yes. Yes, okay. Look, I know people get salty about this stuff. Don't make me mute the word pronounced in the comments. I'll fucking do it.
Oh God, yes, yeah. I've taken enough grief over the time. Look, how am I supposed to say ghetto? Ghetto-kun? I don't know.
Okay,
know.
Look,
I'm not
but here's the thing as well. Look, I don't speak Japanese. I can't do the accent. There's often words I don't know where the emphasis goes. And also, just to throw it in there as well, pretty fucking dyslexic, suffer with English most of the time. The fact that I can squeeze out a like legible sentence, you should all be thanking Christ I can do that, okay? So I don't, sometimes I can't tell the difference between fucking Gojo and Yaga and Rika and Todo and fucking Yuji and Yuta and Gato and Toge. Just give me a break here.
There's a lot going on. There's a lot going on.
All right, well, look, I get heated.
It's okay. The thing is that like you get a little taste in that hidden inventory arc, and it's quite nice. But the specials intro goes so hard. I love it so much, and
beautiful.
It immediately grabs my chest and like it reaches in and goes, sit the fuck down.
Yeah, and right? I think like it's one of those intros where it immediately takes whatever emotion you're feeling and whatever mood you're in and overwrites it for, hey, you're watching Jujutsu Kaisen now, motherfucker. And you're immediately back on those streets. You're thinking about the different people. Oh, it's so good.
And like the music and the vibe and all of that, like I have not locked in on an intro to an anime like that since like Haruka Kanata. Like season 2 Naruto, Asian Kung Fu Generation.
Oh, that is the one. Like when I think of anime song, that is what my brain goes to.
Yep. Like that made me, that's the song, that's the intro that made me go, oh, I'm into this, wherever this goes, till the ship goes down, and down it went. But what made me go down with that ship was Haruka Kanata. And
I mean, like you're talking to someone who in their college years listened to an ungodly amount of Asian Kung Fu Generation.
Exactly, because they're all fucking bangers. Right. Mm-hmm. Every once in a while, I go on this rant where I'm just like, "Holy shit! Why is every single song good?" It makes no sense. But anyway, and with that, the fucking Shibuya incident just takes. It's almost as if the lessons of like Gurren Lagann to grab the contemporary of just like never stopping. We're just like, yeah, but what if we found a way to never stop even more, right? Mm-hmm. We're going to exhaust you with the amount of escalation to the point where you just have to give up and just go into a passive, I'm on the ride. I can't even think about where this is going next because it's just, the whole point is to overwhelm you. And the whole idea of like standing on the shoulders of giants and stuff, and it's like, yeah, we don't get like, the Boogie Woogie fight without our Rock Lee camera work. We don't get that without Frieza versus Goku, and you don't get that without your Fist of the North Star. And everything is like, yo, these fucking moments, right, building up.
Yeah, and like what I will say is, I know for a long time I've been building up the York New City arc in Hunter x Hunter, and the York New City arc to me absolutely played a huge part in the Shibuya incident arc.
What's it called? Is it the Chaos arc? The arc where
so this is what I talked about last time. Yeah. So
right?
I was reviewing this is what I call this kind of arc, the Chaos arc. Yeah. And the Chaos arc, it's not good versus evil. It's several sides, not even fighting, just fucking in the middle. And like, so if you want to picture it really simply, I think, say, like, where Dragon Ball Z, I think, got very, like it became the kind of modern version of what it was, is when you go from the Saiyan arc, which is, Vegeta and Nappa, they land on Earth, and they're going to fight the Z Fighters. And then you go to the Frieza arc, and it's like, okay, there's Frieza, but there's also Vegeta and he's kind of doing his own thing, and he's not good and he's not bad. But then say you go to the Cell arc, and then you have Cell, Android 18 and 19, and the Z Fighters, and everyone's kind of, they're not, none of them are really on the same
messy.
side. It's messy. Chaos arcs are messy, and this arc, I mean this in the best way possible, is a fucking mess. It is a chain reaction of madness and chaos, and it's joyous. I love it so much.
There's a moment that I know what you're describing, and there's a moment that hits when you're watching shows sometimes, or reading a story, or whatever the case is, where you're like, you're going through the routine, and then when the next routine starts up, you're like, okay, how are they going to deal with this one, and then go back to base and go back to normal? You know, how are they? What's it going to be like, and how are we going to get to that next goofy little baseball game? And you kind of hit a point midway through where you're like, oh fuck, there is no going back. Oh fuck, this is all, oh god, it's completely becoming something else right now. The entire story is changing, is a wild feeling, you know? That's what the eclipse does, you know? That's that moment of like, this entire story is not what I thought it was, and whatever happens after this can never be what it was before, you know? This hit like that.
Yeah, and like you watch characters just like bounce from scenario to scenario. Like Fushiguro goes from fighting an impossible god creature that will nearly definitely kill him to fighting an impossible god creature that will nearly definitely kill him to fighting some motherfucker with a magical sword. And by the last one, he's so fucking dead, he's so exhausted that he's got one trump card left to play, and then he plays it, and we can get to that.
Okay. So last month, because here's the thing, that like, even though it's not as fresh as it was, I started making notes like crazy, right, while going through that second season, and I just hit those bullet points, and the things that impacted me are all here. So like, I need to like relive them as I go over what I loved the most about this. But needless to say, that in terms of taking a show that I thought was just doing its job
pretty good
and being pretty cool,
yeah,
I have not seen anything like this in a long time. And to be honest, I don't tune into a lot of anime these days like I used to. So I don't know that shit is hitting like this on a regular basis, but I'll take it from one professional anime YouTuber that it is, you know, the derogatory. I will take it as well that like this season stands out amongst old and new as a very, very good thing.
Yeah, like look, this is the season that made me have to just be completely like, oh, I'm wrong.
Yep,
Jujutsu Kaisen is legit. Like there is no arguing with what this is. Like it's that good.
So I'm gonna hit
and I know we're gonna get people being, it wasn't that good. Shut up. Shut up.
I'm gonna hit on that OP one more time, even though I've been hitting this button a lot. But it's because like it the vibe I got right away felt like I was almost like starting out like Arcane. It felt like, you know, like a Netflix show in a way. It didn't feel like an anime. It didn't feel like Sorairo Days, you know, was starting to play. It felt like something moodier was coming. And you just kind of take it in knowing that you're like, okay, well, whatever these things are, you know, we'll find out slowly. The biggest first point is the Mekamaru versus Mahito fight. And there is like, oh, you wanna put a robot in your? You got my attention. Like, obviously, Mekamaru is a joke ass character in terms of like the name, and it's like there's a fucking robot hanging out with these cursed. Okay, whatever, right? But the idea of going like the next level escalation is just a love letter to Eva and Gurren Lagann. I absolutely appreciate that they're like, it is an homage, but also it's gonna be fucking cool regardless. Like, just because we're going like, hey, it's the robot joke, doesn't mean that you can't really appreciate what they're doing here. And so he's got like time as the battery for his abilities, and everything about that is really great. They have the like, it comes down to the actual launching the Lagan out of the Tengen Toppa unit, like straight to the final attack, with the two of them. Incredible. The feeling overall was kind of just like, okay, so you can use curse energy as, it can be, what do you need it to be? Do you need it to be chakra? Do you need it to be odd? Do you need it to be nen? Or do you need it to be Minovsky particles? It doesn't matter, because like the currency is the same from one shonen to another, but the application of how it's used is what's going to be like, oh fuck, that's cool. That's a cool idea. And in this case, yeah, that was a nice, just fun start to the season, right? The other thing I note is that I saw her pop up a little bit, but there wasn't much to make of her except for there's this weird lady that's always talking about money, hanging out in the classrooms. What's her deal? I don't know, but she loves getting paid, huh? Okay. Mei Mei and Wee Wee with the axe, dude, is just this fucking, like, the feeling of, oh, she can't lose. Like, she will never. Like, there is no such thing. And the supreme confidence that, like, you just, like, the fact that, like, no matter what is happening, it's like, oh, she's got her little brother hanging out, and it's like, what's he there for? And it's like, oh no, he's important. He serves a role, right? Target me. Okay, there you go. Do your domain expansion, and then she's just got a fucking axe. I love a nice, simple badass that breaks the rules with like brute force kind of thing.
Yeah, no, she's a lot of fun, and her fight like is fucking wild. It's so fun. It's also kind of it's the fights are weird because I feel like my first time through the Shibuya incident, I was kind of struggling to be like, okay, so he's using his domain expansion, but it's getting overwritten with this simple expansion, and he's using reverse curse in it, and like it just starts to sound like absolute fucking nonsense. But here's the thing with Jujutsu Kaisen's fights, I think they're kind of badly explained in a lot of ways. If you're willing to understand the powers and follow the logic deep dive, they're kind of fucking cool.
I know exactly what you're talking about because I touched when we mentioned it last time, where I said like one of the flaws I felt in that first season was kind of just jargon defeats jargon, right? And yep. I love and look, what I love in a lot, not always, but I used it at JoJo as an example of like, well, the solution was in front of your eyes, you just didn't think of it yourself, right?
Yeah.
But it involved using the pieces of the garbage on the ground around you to put that blood on that glass speck and then return it to its original place so that it would be a bullet,
Yep.
But here it's just, oh, I used a law of a rule that you couldn't possibly understand, And so those things can be like, well, if I couldn't possibly know that existed, how interesting can that be, And it actually fucking pays off. These moments, man. Like you get like, like, oh, the distance between Gojo and you hitting him is infinity, and he takes a moment to explain it and you're like, yeah. Okay, it's all jargon. The point is that the dude's a god.
And not only is infinity, he can see it happening from any angle. And it's like, well, then what do you do?
Yeah. And then the other thing is that in the actual first season, they have a moment where they go, all right, we're going to defeat Gojo in Shibuya on this date. And they set a bar. They point at the WrestleMania sign, And then once again, holy fuck, it delivers, So in particular, it feels as if like, one of the things that hit so good, because I'm like, what are you going to do that's going to be different and interesting here, that's going to live up to what you're building up? And like the whole time, Yuji Itadori, he's a character that is a main character, and as a main character, he is very, very sensitive to casualties and innocent people getting caught in the crossfire, and he doesn't want to take life, and that's what.
Yeah, this whole dude's pretty much entire deal is his granddad on his deathbed telling him, "Yuji, you're really strong. Save as many people as you can."
And so we know that like the Batman struggle is coming. We know that the main character is going to have to face having to take a life. And, sometimes the story decides that, sticking by your principles no matter what will always like work out in the end. And others will be like, no, sometimes the world is bleaker than you think and you have no choice. This goes for the latter because when he's fighting Mahito, and after Junpei, those little demons that attack him are people, and he kind of has to be like, fuck, I have to kill them.
That's so horrible, that bit. Like, god damn.
So you see that part of him being exploited because in the Shibuya incident, when things are going horribly wrong, he's running by a plaza full of people getting massacred and is like, oh fuck, I need to help, what do I do? But and like that's that thing where he's like, this is his protagonist's flaw, his Achilles heel. And in that moment where, and shout out to fucking Pepperflake's mouth guy, but anyway, he goes like, don't worry, I got this, and he grabs the speakerphone, the large megaphone. I expect that of the protagonist, and I always think that it's like, interesting to see how they play off of the guilt. Gojo, on the other hand, is clearly above it all. And that someone who's an operator that understands the way the world works and understands that sometimes there are casualties and there's nothing we can do about them, will not be flustered by the fact that sometimes in the process of stopping the fucking mass casualty event, some people are going to die that don't deserve it. Innocent people are being lost here, and I still need to make sure that in the end I save as many people as possible, but don't get caught up, like don't get distracted.
Well, I think what it is, right? Like with Gojo, it's nearly like, yeah, if I try and defend these people to the point that I leave myself exposed, then I die. And then the world's fucked.
So that's the bit, right? Like when Yuji has that moment in the plaza, Toge is the speaking guy. Toge saves him, right? With Gojo in the setup with the like subway, where the exact size of it is the exact measured size of the domain expansion, and like the limit between the two, like all of it is calculated in a way where the bad guy, where Jogo is literally going, okay, you can make all these problems go away and kill everybody, no problem, right? But let's deconstruct the idea of what the character that feels casualties are inevitable, but I can still save a lot of people and be unfazed. Let's break that idea down. That part fucking blew my mind when he's like, he's probably thinking, if the bad guys and the monsters kill a lot of people, but I stop them, in the end, it's inevitable. It's part of the course, but hey, we're saving lives. But what if your own domain expansion is what ends up killing these people? You wouldn't accept that because that's you yourself causing the deaths, right? And I was like, oh, fuck. That's exactly how we think, That's not you watching or moving. It's like you're pressing the button. You're causing it. And like,
it's such a good piece of writing because it is genuinely like this thing that is not human looking at us and being like, oh, this is how you think.
Yes, and and how many bad guys point the gun at the civilian and go, hey, give me what I want. And you go, oh no, all right, we'll give you what you want. God damn it, you got away.
This is more him tossing the gun to you and just being like, what are you gonna do?
Right? And it's like, Gojo, the whole time he's unbothered, he is moisturized, he is handling the problems with a laugh. He will not be balked at. But they're just like, but what's the fucking limit on that, right? Let's test it. And so they ship in the monsters, they crowd the place in, and it's like, you can just do your domain expansion and solve this whole problem. but will you do it? Because everyone that eats that is not going to make it. And then you get these like, he goes, fuck, I have to try. So then the narrator is like, Gojo uses his domain expansion, Infinite Void, for about a fraction of a second, which should be just long enough to deal with the threat of like 1,000 monsters to save everybody. And hopefully everyone who eats this will be okay in about 3 months' time. But that's the best we can do.
Yeah, it's so good. It's so good.
Oh,
so was that
God.
okay? So like, I feel like the Shibuya instant is in like this really special category of like anime arc to me, where it's like it's Dark Tournament, it's Water 7, it's Chapter Black, it's the Shonen exam, it is the Shinigami arc, the Soul Society arc.
Soul
from
Society
Bleach.
arc.
Like, to me, it's up there with just all these legendary fucking arcs. It's so great. And I think the moment for me that I started to really feel like I think we're in this is the Choso fight.
Okay. Choso
is the dude, he fights Itadori in the bathroom.
Oh, yes. Okay. I just wanted to say one last bit about the Gojo moment. Something that I hit in a lot of stories, and I think it's such a fucking testament to the way this is handled, is that the way that Gojo responds to that threat, that was like a really clever way of pinning him, takes also something that is the audience expectation for how a protagonist handles casualties. And you watch that. I watch those moments really, really carefully because I know that, like, in a story where the character suddenly becomes apathetic to death around them, they can get edgier as a result of that. But I always lose something in that process, right? When I see the main character being cool, tough, strong guy, and then people around them are getting slaughtered, and he kind of doesn't give a fuck because he's like, I can still solve this problem as long as the bad guy dies. I kind of go, yeah, you suck, man. I don't. You know, like there's a thing.
Sure.
There's that moment that happens sometimes, and for some people they don't care. You know, I'm just sensitive enough to be like, I want you to give a fuck. I do, and to not lose yourself in this, like, you know, power creep of everything. There's moments in like Devilman Crybaby is a good example of like what a fucking insane ass show. But there's moments where death stops meaning anything around the characters. You know, people are just they're just red puddles that are coloring the background in a way, and you're kind of like, you do well. Anyway, it's another discussion. But,
Sure.
So in this case, playing to that idea of like not losing Gojo as a character because he still gives a fuck, and you have to show him giving a fuck, and then burning out to that process, I thought was brilliant. Yeah, that's it.
Yeah. No, totally. You're completely right. But yeah, so for me, it was the Choso fight in the bathroom that I just fucking loved, and I loved it so much. And basically what happens is Itadori has killed these two cursed spirits at the end of the previous season. Their brother comes after him, and he has this, and I just think everything about this fight works so well. Itadori's a close range fighter, Choso's a long range fighter, and he has like these blood bullets, and like the way he basically compresses his blood into these points until they're so high pressured that they shoot out like a ray and basically cut shit in half. And the way, like, you know, he pins Itadori down during this bit is so exciting, and it's so fun until eventually Itadori traps him in this close range fight in this literal crowd of cubicles, and he sets the water off so that the water ruins your man's blood fucking thing, and it just turns into this brawl, like just this absolute brawl.
When anime protagonists and when anime tournament arcs and crazy chaos shit starts popping off and these fights get expansive and nuts and everyone's using their powers, you expect them to be on Namek. You expect them to go to the depths and the wildest settings, right? And just to get like this, like, let them breathe because their powers are incredible, right? We're gonna summon a giant snake. It's gonna be the size of the fucking forest. All right. a fucking bathroom is like a John Wick fight.
Yeah, and it is
in the middle of this insane arc.
And it's incredible. And it's like, it's sometimes I feel like, there's something that you lose when fights get too epic. And in Dragon Ball Z, I can tell you the exact moments. What's the best fight in the Cell arc? Because to me, it is absolutely Piccolo versus Android 17.
Okay.
And that's because punches and kicks still carry weight in that fight.
Okay.
After that, everything has to be decided with giant nuclear attacks, But it's like,
it doesn't mean anything just watching one hit. Yeah.
I mean, there's still a lot of fun to be had in those kind of fights, but to me, you lose something past that point, and there's so many big, insane battles in the Shibuya incident. What I love about the Choso fight is it's intimate. It's like, it's just, there's so much like going on in like just the physical actions both are taking.
I can't imagine any other shonen protagonist like of that Goku style fighting in a bathroom. You know what I mean? Like but it works here because it's like, we've been Dragon Balling and now let's Tekken.
Yeah. Yes. Yeah. 100%.
It's locked in. It's so grimy. They're dirty. The water's building up, and the spraying sprinklers have an effect on why he's fighting him in there.
Yeah.
Absolutely incredible.
And like, it's just this brawl. But I think what I love as well is towards the ends how Itadori's. I'll be straight up here. I don't quite understand why this happens. But at some point, Choso starts experiencing memories he's never had.
Okay.
Do you know why that happens?
I think I do. So, what happened? So, God, he fucking Itadori runs in and does that triple kick, like the it's so fucking fire. And they fight, and then as he's losing, basically, it's like the whole bit with Sukuna is that like he's like, oh, is Sukuna gonna save him? And I think what ends up happening there is essentially in the same way that like showing up, like Mahito, showing up in Sukuna's realm is not the same as Sukuna coming out. Sukuna puts false memories into his head.
Okay.
To make him think that he cares about Itadori because the only thing he cares about is his brothers. They were born in jars. They're fake humans, that were cursed from the jump and stuff. And like, he just makes him a precious person in his head with a fake memory, and that nullifies the fight. It just breaks him.
That entire sequence is so beautiful. And like, this is something that I really love about the Shibuya incident as well. It is all this wild, crazy, epic shit. And then there's some of the most like fucking touching moments as well. Like one of the ones that really gets me is Jogo, the one-eyed dude.
Yes.
His meeting his friends in the afterlife.
Okay. Just before that, because that is humongous to me. You're talking about the way the power scaling like is used in things. The fact that you're like, I know that 10-finger moment is coming, you know? And like, yeah, I even kind of, when I said 10, like when I said like, oh, the QB tails and I did this, it was like, oh yeah, we're opening up the scroll. You kind of know where I'm going with that. The fact that right before that whole thing happens, you get the fight on the beach, right? It was right. We talk about domain expansion. Infinite Void is the perfect starting place to be like, it's fucking 2001: A Space Odyssey. It's eternity. You don't have to worry about like where they're going to go in domain expansions because it can be anything, And so with that setup, the peaceful, beautiful beach that we've been watching the bad guys hanging out the whole time, this is where the memories of of Dagon, the fish guy, have been. He's like, yeah, me and my friends hanging out on the beach. This is where the fight happens. Unbelievable. Beautiful art direction there. Jogo fighting Sukuna is like, as you mentioned, watch Gojo stomp all over Volcano Head.
Oh, curb stomp him. Like, kill him without any effort.
and you go, oh, that's a Power Ranger villain of the week.
Yep.
Right? He shows up, but who cares? He's a grunt. Doesn't matter. How strong are you? About 8 fingers? Okay, cool. That's nice. Watching anybody else here, you're like, oh my God, he's murdering people.
Yeah, it's specifically the moment after the Dagon fight where basically our heroes all have survived this like massive fight with this fish god. And then Jogo shows up and pretty much just one-taps everybody. He's just like, and 1, and he burns a guy alive, and 2, and he sets a girl on fire, and
Nanami.
3... oh my God, Nanami.
And then, like, you get to watch, like, oh, this is the actual level he's at, you know?
Yeah, he's a monster. Like, if not for the existence of like 2 other characters, this dude would be the arc boss.
Right. So when Sukuna now is like, his goal is to just feed this fucker, no matter what, we got to give the world over to the cursed, you know? When they have their proper fight, you're just seeing like, oh, Tokyo's done. Shibuya's done. We're not going back. There's no going back after this.
No.
They're Dragon Ball fighting. They're Man of Stealing the entire downtown core. And like, you're seeing the level of both characters established where like, Jogo is so desperate. He's dropping like double meteor drops, like Sephirothing and what's his name? Whatever. Naruto, whatever, double meteor. And like, because Sukuna is enjoying himself and he's like, oh, this is a real fight. Oh, okay. All right. Let's real. But he's still himself. You're like, he's chaos. He's loves and thrives in it. He takes a moment to have fun under the meteor by dropping into the middle of where Panda and the others are hanging out with this other like D group confrontation, and goes, anybody who moves is going to get killed until I say go, while the meteor is dropping on them. And you're like,
and it's
what?
like, oh fuck, like he's just yucking it up here.
He's having fun.
Yeah, and
he's having fun. And it's important to like get that, like, that's what he loves and that's what gets his goat, because like, you know, right after that they have that moment of like, he uses Fuga, right? And I'm like, and we still don't quite know what it is, but he does it, and he uses fire, and he beats Jogo, the fire curse, with fire. And Jogo is...
he basically sets fire on fire.
Yes. And then, as Jogo's dying, he has his monologue.
Yep. And it's basically like, so at this point, Dagon is dead, and then the other, the kind of tree
oh
spirit...
my God, Hanami gets nuked against the wall, like Gocho's just like, threat annihilated, who's next, you know? Like, oh, we're going serious? Let's get serious then.
And so you have this like, this moment in this white void between these 3 characters, and I always feel like, for me, whenever you have a villain, you have to give them some little human heart. You have to give them something that's important to them, that's not just like, you know, like beard stroking and, oh, I will have all the power. And you basically get this scene between these 3 cursed spirits.
Sorry, I'm just thinking, like, you got to do it the right way, where you can understand their motivations and go, I get why you did that, but you're still wrong, and not the wrong way where you're like, give me for everything, let me sit on the Naruto swing. You know, Snake-kun did nothing wrong, right? Orochimaru running around the village, fuck that shit. All right, go on.
But like, in this scene, there's just this real sense of like, oh man, I fucking loved hanging out with you guys. And the thing is, we're demons, and I know we're not going to come back exactly the way we're cursed spirits. I know we're not going to come back exactly the same, but fuck, I can't wait to see you guys again. And it's like, oh.
And then what happens, John? He says that, and he sees his friends in the afterlife, and he's having his moments of, I guess this is it. And inside of his death monologue dimension, Sukuna's there going,
it's so fucked up.
Yeah, sucks to be you, bro. I lost my mind. I couldn't believe it.
It's so
you
good.
entered his monologue space. What?
So that was so funny to me because, Woolie, I don't know, did I ever tell you about my fantasy final arc to House of Cards?
No.
So you know the way that Frank Underwood can enter the non-space and basically freeze time and talk to the audience?
Yes.
I so badly wanted his rival in the presidential election to be like, I'm here too, Frank. And fucking Sekiro basically does that here.
So the thing is that's essentially what his wife does, right? They actually do pull that moment off where
really?
Yeah, where like he's talking to the camera and then she turns and acknowledges the fourth wall for the first time, and the holy shit moment is, oh my god, she's here too. So they actually,
damn it,
they kind of.
I guess that's what I get for stopping at season 2.
Well, yeah, it comes later, you know. Like her turning to the camera. Yeah. Anyways, they fucking put this dude in your death monologue. You had nothing, right?
Yep.
And so now we cut, and you get the idea of when Sukuna at much lower level was fighting Fushiguro. There's a moment where Fushiguro's beat the fuck up and bloody and losing, and he does this, right? He puts his hands up in a pose, and then Sukuna goes, ooh, okay, you're interesting. And we're all like, what? Huh? Nonsense? Like, things we couldn't know? Of course, things you couldn't know. Rules you couldn't understand, you know? And now you see fucking Fushiguro at the end of it being chased by this piece of shit fucking murdering asshole, right? And
you know, there's something just in this bit particularly, there's something that really gets me in storylines when a shitty villain is able to take out a strong hero because the strong hero's fucked up.
Yeah, exactly.
It's a real like red wedding moment where you're like, this fucker? Seriously?
What a piece of shit.
And this is so good. And then what's the name of the creature he calls?
Mahoraga.
So basically there's 10 demons that Fushiguro can summon, but in order to summon them you have to subjugate them, but there's one demon no one has ever been able to subjugate. The twist being is that you can summon this demon, he's just not going to be on your side. And that's the Mahoraga.
So the rule set introduction is always, like I said, like as we get into the gibberish that we couldn't possibly understand, sometimes you check out, right? But here, as he's talking and bleeding out, I'm like, rewind, listen to him again. He's explaining the rules of what he's about to do, you know? And I'm like, oh, that's interesting. You call in your boss fight, you have a Pokemon, but to catch the Pokemon, only you and the Pokemon are having literally a Jedi Outcast duel. And if you beat it, you subjugate it. If you die, you die. And if anyone else helps you, it doesn't count. So whatever, right? And the final one that no one has ever caught is just God.
Yeah, it's just this horrifying God creature. And and like what's crazy is this bit is so insane. The amount of shit Fushiguro has been through at this point. And it's like, I know we talked about it last time, but just hey, is your name still Fushiguro?
Yeah.
I'm glad.
Boom, right?
And like that, I think that is the real victory of like the Shibuya incident. The fact that it has those little moments of just emotional,
because once that
throughout all this madness.
Yes, man. Because once that fight started, you're like, oh wait, he doesn't know. Wait, does he know? Do they know? Oh, please no. You know, and then like at the end, it's like, oh, I know who you are. All right, later, man.
And like literally 5 minutes earlier, we'd been watching this possessed zombie assassin fight off 10,000 martial arts rabbits.
Yeah, exactly. In high budget detail, you know, in Sakuga. It's great. So he's just fucking at the wit's end. And so the idea of breaking these rules in this way to be like, I will never be able to, nothing can beat God. It looks like the final persona you summon at the end of a Persona game, right? Chained up with the fucking all of it. And the thought here is just, but if it kills you, then this is fucking worth it. And that's his trump card. His trump card is, you didn't win, I didn't win, fuck you. Right?
Yeah, that's it. Like, it's a completely horrible, illogical way to look at this situation. But he's like, yeah, fuck it. You know what? I am so done. I am so fucking done. Like, and it's so good.
And so Sukuna is like, oh, yo, we got a real match? We got a real match, baby.
Yeah.
Let's go. And he's getting so hype on it. And like the at this point, you've been through the bathroom fight, the Nanami fight, the fucking Gojo getting sealed in the subway fight, like
the Dagon fight,
the Mei fight. You've been through all of these incredible moments, and it's still going. And you're like, there are like 10 to 15 episodes left. How? You know? And like Sukuna and Mahoraga are just, they're having a Dragon Ball fight in the middle of a city. And
like the sound of this fight, because Sekuna's whole thing is like bisection, which is like cutting shit in half. But like he can bisect like over and over.
Malevolent Shrine.
Every couple of seconds, you're just hearing like, and like just as he's cutting this god in half, as the god instantaneously heals, and it's fucking, and like right. It's just they are like punching you through. There is a literal bit where you are just seeing the horizon line and skyscrapers are flying up into the air. And then you pull out and a plane is landing down on them, a flaming plane.
And you can't, like, literally the whole thing has to slow down and the narrator has to go, hey guys, let's take a second. Domain expansion Malevolent Shrine works in such a way that everything cursed gets attacked immediately within this expansion zone. The expansion, by the way, is able to go further than regular ones because it allows you to walk right out of it. You're not locked in, but the trade-off for this, of course, is that it increases it to such a degree of power that good luck getting out, you know?
Yep.
And then everything that's not cursed also gets double attacked right on the flip side of that. And this keeps repeating until everything is annihilated. All right, where were we? And you see the god getting slashed into a billion pieces and healing it, and then like and Sukuna is like quickly parsing the matchup as it's happening, you know? It's so just like okay, fuck the rules. What, like, huh? And he then once again goes Fuga open. And then the nukes go off. And I'm like, I don't know what I'm looking at. But when you told me that from episode 1 that you're like, Gojo has that, remember that conversation? What if he had all 20 fingers? I'd still win. Right? Like, he's like, it'd be a bit tough, but I'd beat him. And you're like, how do you make sense of all, you know, the power scaling is out of whack, right? That whole fight is just one of the just most insane, incredible animation spectacles ever. And I was exhausted by the end of it. I was sweating and tired and just, oh my God, where else do we go from here? What a fucking payoff for this whole arc.
No.
And then we drop right back to Itadori.
And like, I you know, because you are so hyped at this fight. And like, then, you know, there's a moment where you get a shot of all the innocent people that get caught in Malevolent Shrine. And it's like, for a second, you're like, oh, that fucking sucks. And then you're right back to the god getting like fucking pummeled. And you're like, this is awesome. And then we pull it all right back to Itadori. And there's this incredible shot where it's just Sekuna's mouth, and you watch the smile go to a kind of confused frown, go to upset, and that's his personality sliding back to Itadori, and him realizing what his body has been used for. And you cut back to his grandfather saying, like, save as many people as you can. Guess what, motherfucker? You have nuked an entire city. And he vomits and he cries and he cannot believe it. And in front of him, it's the most horrifying thing. It's just a giant expanse of darkness where a city used to be.
and he's walking through what's left, vomiting and falling apart, and then the song "You Are My Special" starts playing, and the lyrics are there, and the lyrics of the song are "You are my special, enjoy the moment, let's dance on the front line of Tokyo, the thriving city, struggle on the verge of giving up, show me your fearless side." Sukuna is the song is Sukuna taunting him the entire time. The lyrics are literally like, I want you to suffer, I want to show you like the worst and have you deal with it. And like it just to fully hammer and nail that little point in case you missed it. That's what that intro is about. You know? Like the song is literally him taunting him and like him dealing with that. And he's just fucked, and he walks into the subway, and then fucking asshole Mahito is there. And it's like, yeah, here, man, finish the fight, I guess. You know, what are we doing?
It's incredible. And it's like, just when you think like the series has peaked, like it pulls you back in with the like, this motherfucker. Okay. But and like it's so good.
We've got to get there. But like the last little bit is just the way you get that final little stretch going. It's like so you say bathroom fight, and then we talk about destroying Tokyo, and these are happening within seconds of each other, right? The fact that you can look up here and see this type of fight, and then still down here with this character have this type of fight, and the tension is high, is incredible. Because when you have him now fighting Mahito, there's moments where he's using human beings as walls and just throwing them, and they're becoming liquid. And there's a point where they're crushed in a space where he's like, there's no room to move, and like the hands are kind of just like up, like he's fighting in a tight old boy-ish hallway. And they, like, again, like, you're having shonen fights in these tight spaces where you don't get the liberty of doing your big explosion nuke attacks. And so every punch still matters at that level, you know? It was great. And then you get outside, and then it ain't done yet because, of course, you've got to get Geto, you know, back in the mix, and you've got to reveal the whole brain thing. And I'm like, wait, what is happening? I can't follow what's happening anymore. You know?
At this point, did you know that Geto was a possessed zombie?
Yes, because after he captures Gojo in the box, then you see the head open up and the brain, and then the two girls that he raised are like, fuck you, how dare you use his body, you know?
And their bit with Sakuna where they basically like ask Sakuna to kill Geto is so good as well. Especially, I love the bit where he's like, bow low, and the person who doesn't bow low enough gets their head cut off. Unbelievable.
Yeah. In that fight, that final fight with Mahito as well, just massive, like, big ups to Kugasaki. Because her taking out the second clone, you know, from a distance, and like having that moment of like, oh shit, he's not real, and then you kind of co-opt together. It was a nice little thing. Toto fucking claps his hands and gets back. I'm like, you waited till now, you know, to get Toto back in? And they reprise the 2v1 moment. And is it good?
It's incredible. It's so fucking good. Like,
yeah.
I really thought, like, okay, we've experienced the peak, but my god, Toto's final super combo with his idol might be my favorite part of this whole thing.
I mean, unbelievable. Also, Kugasaki is a Smash Bros player in her backstory. You know, when she's hanging out with her friends. Yeah, it's nuts. My brain is mush at this point. It's the world. They're standing in a nuke. Everything is becoming everything. Japan is fucked. Everything's fucked. Gojo say, you know, the world is changing. The story's changing. And as we kind of wrap up and we go, yeah, by the way, like everyone is on the run because what just happened is a fucking death sentence if we find you, you know, is like, yep, that makes sense. And they get a little nod in there where they're like, oh, remember that kid from the movie?
And this is just like the perfect cherry on top of this whole thing. Fucking Yuta from Jujutsu Kaisen 0 is back, and he hates Itadori. Beautiful.
And he appears to have full control over his girl, right? Like he's over the demon, and so he's just like, "Oh yeah, fuck this guy. I'll do it. I don't care what the like." Yeah, absolutely, he's got to go. Which, why wouldn't you look at the result and think, "Yeah, fair enough, man. You're a liability. This is insane that you exist." You know.
So,
all right.
just before I know we're kind of winding it up here, but one other moment.
No, we're sweating, we're dying, and we're sweating, and it's been a long podcast. But
we've been recording for
4 hours and 10 minutes.
But like, so the moment that just like one of the moments that absolutely just I lost my fucking mind is like there's a couple episodes and you're seeing these kind of like summoner dudes, and you're not really sure what their deal is, and they're gonna pull people in from the dead, and they're gonna like kind of put them into the fight, and you're like, where are we going with this? Like, what is happening here? And then one of them resurrects Toji.
Yeah.
So Toji, the biggest badass, someone who actually went toe-to-toe with Gojo from a couple of years back, who we saw in the Hidden Inventory arc,
Shigeru's
the flashback arc. Yeah, he basically comes back as a kind of hypnotized zombie, and his only directive is, I am going to enter any given area, and I'm going to attack the strongest person in that area.
Do you remember a moment in the Naruto? I'm going to go back to Naruto in the season where after the exams go wrong, Orochimaru attacks, and then the third Hokage is fighting him, and then Orochimaru calls on 3 coffins, and he summons the first Hokage, he summons the second Hokage, and then a 4th coffin pops up, and Sarutobi goes, "Seal that! That can never open. Don't let that one open no matter what." And he seals it shut, right? And then the first and the second come out, but the 4th never resurrects. This is what happens, basically, if you let the guy that shouldn't be resurrected come back. Because he's like, "Oh, hey, I'm back. Cool. Fuck you. Hey, I'm back. I don't know why, but all right." And like this is basically what I imagined that would have been like, you know?
Yep. And it's such an incredible, like, I thought we were done with that dude, because they really make it seem like, he was the arc boss of the Hidden Inventory. He's dead now. He's never coming back. And he comes back, and it's like throwing a grenade into a meat grinder. Like, things are already fucking insane, and then you throw this guy into the mix. It is incredible. Now, there is one other aspect I do kind of think we have to talk about, and it's a bit of a bummer as well. The production of the Shibuya incident was hell on earth for the people who animated it. And a lot of this... Did you hear about any of this?
No.
So basically, Studio Mappa have kind of been walking the line with... Studio Mappa have become notorious for really, like, just grinding their staff down to kind of nothing.
Attack on Titan as well, right?
Attack on Titan, Chainsaw Man, like, just, all this stuff.
Beastars, I think? Yeah.
Yeah, and like they are a phenomenal studio in that the work that they produce is phenomenal. They have been... It has become more and more public as like animators just have meltdowns on Twitter about like, their kind of living situation, and their pay is garbage. And there's a really good video by this girl. Let me pull up her.
Yeah.
I know it sucks, but I would feel shitty for not bringing it up.
God damn it! Everything is fucking crunch, man.
I know.
Okay.
So it's from a girl called Lee Cree, LICOREE, and it's called "I Worked on Jujutsu Kaisen Part 1, 24 frames a day," and it's rough, dude. And like, do you know the real fucking bummer? There's a bit where she breaks down the budget that like a typical episode of anime has, and then the budget for that a typical episode of like an American piece of animation has, and the horrifying conclusion she comes to is that there is a decent chance that the Shibuya incident had less budget than one episode of Family Guy.
What?
And just to be clear, this is someone with like 7 years experience in animation, works in anime, works in American television. And like she was saying that like she was basically getting paid 2,000 yen per cut on Jujutsu Kaisen.
That the entire season.
Mm-hmm.
What the fuck, man?
Mm-hmm. It sucks.
Oh
it
my
really, really
God.
sucks. And like it's all when we talk about this stuff, it's like always this like impossible dilemma of I want to appreciate this art, which is fucking incredible. I also want the people who made it to get theirs, you know, like to get what they deserve. And so it's kind of it fucking sucks.
You can't burn the talented people that can do this until there's nothing left to get your shit made, man. What your industry is unsustainable if you fucking burn through the talent and just step on and abuse them to get shit done. That fucking sucks, dude.
Yeah, it's really sucks. And like, you know, she makes the point that like this isn't fair to the people animating it. This isn't fair to the author, and this isn't fair to the fans because like, yeah, I feel that because like there's a part of me that like doesn't like loving something this much that, you know, fucking hurt artists, like hurt the incredible fucking people that made it. So it's tough. It's tough.
I mean, I think that like the people that are making the thing want to be proud of the thing they're making, and the end result shows the amount of like insane talent, work, and love and dedication put in. But like it can't be, you know, under like these types of conditions, man.
Yeah.
And yeah, that I didn't know that was the case going on with that. Fuck, man. No, like it's like literally just. So when I remember when like Attack on Titan, like the joke, of course, was like, okay, the final season, part 2, act 3, you know, and it just kept subdividing into insanity. And the quality was through the roof, so I understood why, you know, that would be the case. But like, if on the ground you're looking at it and going, there's no way to get this level of quality without taking our time to do so, I think anybody like that can't understand that, like, well, fuck off. You know what I mean? Like, if something needs time to be good, and let people get what they deserve, and don't fucking crack a whip and have a, you know, like a just however many impossible hours. Same thing for video games. It's a huge problem in video games, crunch, you know. Like let things take time. They're gonna be good forever once they're done, man. You know?
Yeah. And you know, like one of the bits that really haunts me in this girl's video is she says how she's sad that the Shibuya incident isn't what it could have been. And I'm like, oh my God.
What?
Like,
what's that even mean?
How?
That's insanity. That's insanity.
It's complete insanity. But yeah, like
Yeah.
it, you know, I think it's, you always got to be thinking about like the
Absolutely.
media you're consuming, and like,
Yep.
I, you know, it sucks having to bring this up after like an hour of being like hype.
Yeah.
But you know,
No,
at the
it's
same
reality.
time, you know, you just got to be aware of this stuff. And,
Yeah, I mean, it feels like it really is just coming more and more inevitable these days with like great things. You know, you can't get your Disco Elysium without your fucking Zaum finale arc. You know,
Yep.
You can't get your Uzumaki episode 1 without your Uzumaki episode 2.
Interesting, you should say that. But yeah, so like, listen, we are now going to rank the Shibuya incident, and I want it to be clear that like what we are ranking here is the creativity of the writing and the fucking phenomenal work of the animators. The shit they were put through to get here, we do not approve of. Like, that is not what we want for anyone.
And, you know, like and the idea of like whatever it would take to release this in a way where people didn't have that or were not treated that way is what we would want. Like, I think I was like, I'd be super down. Like, what's the fucking meme, right? I want shorter games with worse graphics made by people who are paid more to do less, and I'm not kidding.
Yeah,
right?
yeah, completely.
Literally, I like that is absolutely what it ought to be. Like, so yeah, you can't fucking, again, not just because it's unsustainable, you know, and it's a bad plan for the future of your industry, but like you're literally just like these are the people that you need to rely on, and these are the people that should be able to go on and continue to do these incredible things, and it's just not worth it, you know?
Yeah, unfortunately, people will always do this with passion-based industries, and I think what it comes down to is we need to find ways to support artists better, because, you know, blah 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 blah, capitalism was the real villain all along. You know, like it's always the same thing, but it's like, yeah, this was an especially egregious example. And she talks about like she's worked on other anime productions, they were bad, this was worse. And it's like, fuck, it sucks. And like, it kills me that like, okay, crunching is bad, getting paid shit is bad. This was both on one of the best seasons of anime of the decade. The
end result was phenomenal. That's fucking, yeah. That sucks, man. Mm-hmm. Okay. Duly noted as we go into this ranking.
Okay, cool.
What was the... Okay, it was Lee Cree?
Yep. I will link to you now, and we will link it to the... We will leave it in the show notes for people. And I really encourage people to check it out. It's a really kind of fascinating and very, like, sobering look at the
industry.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, you know, at this length of a podcast, this is quickly becoming a Shibuya incident. We're going to need to get here so that sleep can be had, my friend. All right. So, with that, I think we did it justice.
I think so. And I'm going to be honest, I don't think the Shibuya incident beats Cyber 6. We wrap this up now, Woolie?
Zero. It sits on the line.
Okay. Look. Of course it beats Ascension. Of course it beats Omicron. Of course it beats missing an FGC tournament. Cyber 6, Police Not Fear and Hunger.
It's better than the first season of itself.
Yeah, okay, easily.
All right.
Is the Shibuya incident better than Vinland Saga Season 1? I'm going to say it. I think it is.
Absolutely.
Is the Shibuya incident better than starting Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu? So look, here's what I'm going to say, Woolie. You know my main metric for this is mutual joy. I think that, obviously, starting Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu was a big thing for me. Loving Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu came later, and I think it's kind of similar for you. Well, in that you started it, and you dipped your toe in, you're like, this is awesome, and that was it. In terms of, like, what this means to both of us, I think the Shibuya incident beats it.
The Shibuya incident is literally a media hashtag game changer. It is, yes.
Is it better than Legend of the Galactic Heroes episode 15?
Up to episode 15? Yeah.
I think it is. Does the Shibuya incident knock Kill 6 Billion Demons from the top 3?
Well, now we're getting into similar territory, and quite honestly, I don't know about where I hear that goes places, right?
I'll bet it does.
But this right here, the Shibuya incident, is places.
Yes, this is like Jujutsu Kaisen could be like 50 episodes of Itadori working in a bakery after this, and I'd be like, what a fucking anime. Like I've had my fill.
People say that term, that this thing is going places. This season is literally places. That's yes, absolutely. Let's hit it.
Does the Shibuya incident defeat Earthbound. Woolie, I'm gonna say it does.
I was about to back down.
Really? Look, I love Earthbound so much. I will still say, you know, there's stuff about Earthbound I don't love. And the thing I always say with Earthbound every time, there's something else. There is a bigger monster than Earthbound.
Okay. And let me follow that line as well and say that this is not Jujutsu on its own with the first season and the flaws of the first season included. This is lean. Just season 2.
Yeah, this is the joy of season 2. Everything from the hidden inventory arc on. Is the Shibuya incident going toe-to-toe with our number 1 pick? This is a real Sakuna versus Maharaga moment.
Fuga! Oh my god. I mean, like I said, and like you said, boxing is a life-changing thing. And to me, it feels like I arrived at a place where that happened, you know, with time. Your journey is currently undergoing. So, for me, boxing is just it's just, you know, it's where I live. But what do you feel?
So when I think of like boxing, the split second before I realized I had done wrong, the satisfaction of landing that right was really high. But we can only really count starting boxing that first month. And what I mean by that is I am still, you're right, I am still very much like undertaking this boxing journey, and at the beginning of it, the Shibuya incident has left my belly full.
Okay.
And
okay,
I will I will
okay.
also say, Woolie, the whole point of this podcast was for us both to experience great fucking media and to collectively lose our shit over some of the hypest shit around, okay?
Yep, I'm following you.
In terms of that brief, I don't think anything on this list has come close to how excited we've both been about the Shibuya incident.
Okay, so I'm going to take that, and here's what I'm going to say, that a lot of what is on this list is qualified by the beginning of the journey, right? And we even soften the impact because it's the beginning of the journey. It's the beginning of Hunter x Hunter, it's season 1 of Twin Peaks, it's season 1 of Jujutsu Kaisen, the very show we're discussing. But here we are with a prime example of the fucking meat, right? Yeah. And that is not like the others, which are the start that leads to something. This is where it's the thing. And I get how and why that can absolutely be the new number 1.
As I said, my belly is full. And with that, Woolie, we crown Ain't New versus Wolves number 1, the Shibuya incident.
Holy fuck.
Which means
man,
the Shibuya incident walks up the glowing staircase, sweeps the cloud aside, points at Berserk, and says, "You! Does the Shibuya incident beat Berserk?" Absolutely not. No, not even close. No,
there have been calls of cowardice at ascending berserk into a throne so high that nothing on the ground can ever touch it.
Okay, we're letting the Shibuya incident touch it. It loses.
Oh man!
Do you have anything to add to that, Woolie? Anything?
I can live in this world of the crater that used to be Shibuya. Yeah, I'm okay with that.
Man, second episode in a row where we have a brand new number one. I'm gonna say to people, do not expect this often. Like it took us the better part of a year for anything to unsee Earthbound.
Yeah, but I think our justifications of this stupid nonsense list that makes no sense, actually make sense.
Please keep in mind, everyone, this is stupid and we're idiots. Okay, it's really important to remember that.
Oh God! All right.
Okay. Oh.
Song's playing in my head, man. You are my special.
And Woolie, this brings us to a very special recommend or die.
What is happening? The rules are changing.
The rules are changing. Things are going to get thrown. We're about to enter our own chaos arc. You see, the next episode of Versus Wolves is not a regular episode.
It's not?
No. The next episode will see the return of the best collection
2024.
The best collection 2024 is here. It's that time of year. Me and Woolie's very special award show ending to the year. If people saw the reviews last year, it was widely agreed that it was the only end of year list that mattered.
It was truly the best episode of the show when it was released.
That by far, when it was released, absolute number one with a bullet.
No questions.
Yep.
And so again, we return to our list of the 10 best experiences we've had over the course of this year.
As well as probably slightly too many runners-up. And so the way this recommendation section is going to work is going to be a little different. Me and Woolie are going to go back and forth, revealing 5 items on our list. And from there, the other person can choose to engage or not engage, just as you, the audience. So basically, what's happening right now is you, the people, are seeing a little sneak preview. You're seeing the poster of the pay-per-view that will be the next episode. And we're giving you just a little chance to get in on the ground floor here.
Including some honorable mentions as well, mind you.
See, here's the thing. You guys don't know where any of these are going to appear on our list. This could be all honorable mentions, or I might just fucking drop my whole entire top 5. You don't know.
But this is a book club, after all. The world's most powerful book club. And the required reading is, always a part of this. So if you want to keep up with it, then yeah, you can check out one of these things, I suppose. Okay. Wow, little game of poker cards here. We're gonna stack up. All right. Somewhere on the list, then, shall I start?
Go for it, Woolie.
Crow Country.
Oh, I love it. Yep, that's awesome. Okay. Episode or selection 1 for me. Uzumaki, strictly episode 1.
Oh shit, it's heating up. Here we go. Okay. Oh, by the way, this is the best bout battle royale 2024, right?
The best bout battle royale 2024.
That is what we. Yes. Okay, there we go. All right. Dune 2.
Huh. Okay, Wooly, can I ask you a question? Just yes or no. If someone perchance did not particularly enjoy the first Dune film, is there stuff in Dune 2 that one might appreciate?
No.
Okay. Because I noticed there was a very angry fight boy in the second Dune, and I was kind of like...
There's incredible art direction and choices, but if you did not appreciate them in the first time around, the second was probably going to be more of what you don't want.
Okay. I'm going to roll forward at my second pick here. Kinnikuman. Perfect Origins.
Oh, yeah. Okay.
Now, little just message to people here. Get through the first episode. The first episode is a 1-episode summary of a 374 chapter manga. It is borderline incomprehensible. Just get through the first episode and then enjoy the very silly wrestling.
Okay. Marvel Rivals.
Huh. What is this?
Yeah, this is a game. This is a game that popped up as it had a little beta there going on.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Is it still available?
No.
Kind of defeats the point of this whole fucking section, then, doesn't it, Wooly?
We're under pressure. Listen,
maybe should have thought that one through.
Well, maybe you should make your next list item now.
Okay. Item number 3. Swerve Strickland.
Oh, okay.
First black AEW champion.
Yep. Okay. Item number 3. Nightmare Cart.
No shit. Okay. I feel like I owe that person something, because I mentioned Bloodborne Cart in my fake video games video without shouting out Nightmare Cart, and I've been trying to think of a way to make good on that. I'm glad we're going to be talking about it.
Shout out Botster. Bunlith.
Item number 4. Kinitsu Gami.
Path of the Goddess.
Mm-hmm.
Path of the Goddess.
Wooly,
Yeah.
do you miss B-tier PlayStation 2 games?
I sure do.
Well, buddy,
Yep.
do I have a game for you?
I can also deal with some tower defense where the towers are your homies. Yeah. Okay. And the final item on my list in the Best Bout Battle Royale 2024. Dracula Flow 5.
Okay, I'm gonna make sure to listen to that. And the final item in the Best Bout Battle Royale 2024?
Mm-hmm.
And you know what? Everyone listening, I'm going to put a little extra sauce on this one. This is a hard wreck. Ren Fair.
Wow. Okay. I thought you were about to say Ren and Stimpy.
Are you familiar with Ren Fair?
Yeah, the Renaissance Fair.
The
Okay.
documentary about it?
No, I thought you meant actually going to a Renaissance Fair.
Wooly, I like to think we know each other pretty well, but the idea that you would imagine that I would be a Renaissance Fair enthusiast.
I am open-minded. I have no idea what.
You know what? No, I take that back. If anyone wants to take me to a Renaissance fair, I'll fucking go. I'm not saying no. Yeah, you're right. I should be open to new experience. Ren Fair. Okay,
as if that can't show up on the list somewhere on this podcast.
Hey, maybe this is all a trick. Maybe you don't know. Look, Ren Fair is a 3-episode documentary, and here's what it's about. Right? King George is the leader. He's the owner of the largest Ren Fair in the world. At 85 years old, he has decided that he will die in precisely 10 years. And so he is seeking out a wife who, and I must underscore this with great seriousness, Woolie, must have healthy, natural breasts, okay? So his leaving will leave a vacuum at the top of the Ren Fair mountain, which all these different parties are competing for. One of them is his sniveling little right-hand servants. The other is a mysterious man known as the Lord of Corn. This is fucking insanity. It is Succession in real life. It is watching people's lives get broken as they pour everything they have into trying to become the new leader of the Ren Fair. It is insane. It is such a great documentary. It's beautifully shot. It is amazing, and people need to check it out.
See, the problem I have with everything you just said is that you said the word documentary. This is not a drama series. This is
not a documentary. This is not fiction. You could not write this. This is too fucking insane to write.
Ren Fair.
Okay. It's 3 episodes. It's a low commitment.
Okay.
It's so fucking good.
Okay.
And with that, Woolie.
The worms are back. The worms.
The worms?
I'm making too much money. This shit ain't nothing to me, man. This podcast game. All right. We need to get out of here. Let's get
okay. For some, having no reference to what you were doing there, that I was like, is Woolie suffering some kind of?
Which is essentially what Dracula Flow is. It's you either get it or you're on the outside staring confused.
Okay. I'm going to be on the inside. I need to know all about that.
Okay, so for the first time ever, we leave this podcast with a sense of peace.
It's a friendship era.
It's the friendship era, baby.
Yeah.
The train don't stop.
Oh, also, everyone, I made a Halloween t-shirt. It's a Spooky Burger t-shirt. You can buy it at eyepatchwolf.com. Use the offer code Spooky Burger, all one word, all capitals, 10% off. I'm sorry, Willie, that's the last thing I'll say.
That's all right. And folks, next month, your regularly scheduled recommendation-based friendship building will continue.
Yeah. Absolutely. We'll get back to our regular cadence after that. I can't wait. I saw a lot of people, having some fun about how quickly the friendship era is going to be over.
Naysayers, the lot of them.
Naysayers, doubting Thomases all the way.
LANK. Let a naysayer know. That's what I say.
Yeah, you're absolutely right, Woolie. Yep. Bye, everyone.